As Sue Barker brings us the 25th London Marathon.
There I was in New York, running the marathon, and suddenly the whole human race became one large family, and I thought we could do better in London.
I never ever thought I'd see the day to witness a sight like this in London.
And they got to finish together. The hand of friendship after 26 miles, 385 yards.
And it isn't the person who's the first who's a winner. It is everybody.
When there's nothing to lose and everything to gain.
Joy is pain.
Sunlight is rain.
When Big Bird and everyday people
Run side by side with the world's elite athletes as equal.
a celebrity smile is all you need to go that extra mile. Endurance is everything. Every step counts in this race. Alien forms become a friendly face.
With everything to gain, you live with and enjoy the barriers of pain. The glory of self-mastery, the light at the end of the tunnel.
Good morning. 25 years on from Chris Brace's dream becoming reality, the Flora London Marathon is now one of the most popular and inspiring events on the sporting calendar. It is the People's Marathon. It's an emotional day full of stories of courage and commitment. And this year, there is a record attendance. Over 36,000 people will take to the streets of the capital, all running different times for different reasons. But right at the front of the field, one of Britain's best-known athletes has a point to prove to herself, her fans, and her critics. The women's race starts at 9 o'clock and Paula Radcliffe is determined to finish this one in style. 2 years ago, Paula looked unbeatable as she broke the world's best time for the second time in London. 6 months ago, following her well-documented heartbreak in Athens, Paula restored some pride when she outsprinted Susan Chepkamai in New York. Their rivalry is rekindled today. Also out to spoil Radcliffe's revival, last year's winner, Margaret Okayo. From China, Sun Yingji, the third fastest woman in marathon history. Along with a sentimental favourite, the legendary Irish runner, Sonia O'Sullivan. The wheelchair races begin at 9:25 when there's another legend to look out for. Dame Tanni Grey-Thompson is competing in her 15th London Marathon and chasing her 7th title. The men and the masses get underway at 9:45 when ordinary men and women rub shoulders with the world's best. Leading the challenge, the Athens Olympic champion Stefano Baldini. The reigning world champion Jawad Arif. The world record holder Paul Turgott. The winner in New York last October, Henrik Ramala. And for Britain, John Brown, who finished 4th in Sydney and then just missed out on an Olympic medal again in Athens. Also taking up the challenge, but further down the field, Sir Steve Redgrave, Britain's greatest ever Olympian, is looking for a personal best today, but then he would. Some have run in every London Marathon and insist on making it even more difficult. Others can't resist the temptation to dress up for a good cause. Millions of pounds will be raised to help others, as the majority run for a charity that has touched their hearts. This is a day when everyone has a story to tell, and we'll meet many of them over the next few hours. And the weather conditions are important for the runners and for those of us watching. So let's find out what the day has in store. It's certainly a beautiful sunny start here at Blackheath. But what about the rest of the day? Let's hear from someone who knows all about marathon running, although I think he's taken the easy option this time because he is nowhere near the start. It's our BBC weatherman, John Hammond.
I don't know about the easy options, Sue. I didn't tell you I was scared of heights, did I? Here I am, 750 feet above London, top of Canary Wharf. If I take one step back, I'm over the edge onto the pavement, splat. But actually, it's not a bad vantage point if you are a weatherman. I can see 360 degrees right the way across the London skyline, and it's beautiful out here. barely a cloud in the sky. It's fine and it's sunny. Let's take a look at the bigger picture across the UK, because there is a wall of water out west. It's pouring with rain now in Northern Ireland, but the good news is that rain is going to take all day before it reaches London, so it's dry and it's fine for the big race. Now, across the southeast at the moment, as I say, it's sunny, but it's cold. It was frosty when I came in an hour or so ago, so for the runners hanging around at the start of the race, it will feel a touch nippy, but there's not much wind, and once the runners have started, they'll soon warm up, and in my experience of marathon running, well, it'll be getting pretty sweaty, I think, by the middle of the race. The breeze will be picking up a touch, and temperatures will be getting up into double figures, but very comfortable all in all. By the end of the race, well, certainly by then the breeze will be strengthening. It'll be starting to cloud over, so for friends and relatives waiting to meet the runners at the end, it might feel a touch cool. Certainly take an extra layer as that cloud increases, and by the end of the day, well, the rain will be arriving. But all in all, as I say, a perfect day for marathon running. I wish I was doing it myself.
Yeah, lovely conditions for today, but I somehow feel that the fun runners at the back of the field, they won't really care. They're just happy to be here, to be a part of this special day. Let's find out what the mood is like all the way back there. Jill Douglas is with them.
Well, you know, they come in all shapes and sizes to run this marathon, as you can see, and Steve, John and Simon running for the charity Sense. Now, inevitably, a number of these runners will be in all sorts of pain come the end of this marathon, but some in more pain than others, because if you take a look at Steve's feet, while most people are already in their trainers to run the 26 miles, he's chosen to run barefoot. Now, tell me, why barefoot, and how much training have you done for this?
Well, it seemed like a good idea at the time. I've got my doubts this morning, but I've been training for about 6 months, and it's gone pretty well. I've had some funny looks, but I think I'll be all right today. The weather's good, so I'm confident.
And you have been training in your bare feet, haven't you?
Oh, yes. 4 miles every other day, and then sort of long ones at the weekend, probably 15, 20 miles.
Well, best of luck. I know it's your second marathon, but it's your first without any shoes on. I wish you all the best. And John, our sumo wrestler here, turn around, let's see your back as well. There we go. What do we think of that? You're rather inflated. Have you had one or two odd looks? Because I know you've been training in your sumo suit.
I certainly have. I've been training in St James's Park, much to the amusement of my colleagues.
And you must have looked out this morning and thought, with this sunshine, it's going to be a little bit hot in there.
Yeah, I'm expecting it to be warm, but I'm hoping that it might cool down around midday, hopefully.
And why sumo?
Well, it's actually my friend Steve who was cheering me on from the sidelines last year, and he decided he wanted to run it, and he basically challenged me to run it in a sumo suit with him this year, so we're here together.
Well, we'll look out for sumo. We'll also look out, Simon, for Scooby-Doo. This is your first marathon. Are you a little bit nervous?
Just a bit, yes. A bit more nervous about this than the actual run, I think.
Tell me a little bit about the charity Sense, because that's why you guys are running, part of 450 runners running for the charity.
Right, well Sense is a national charity that's supporting the deaf, blind children and adults, and it helps over 200,000 people, so it's a very good cause.
It is indeed, and best of luck to all three of you. I hope we'll see you at the finish. Thank you very much.
Why do they do it as if marathon running wasn't difficult enough? Anyway, good luck to all of them. And if you have anyone that you know that's running today, a family member, a friend, or someone running for your favourite charity, then send them a message and we'll put it up on the screen following the conclusion of the elite races. You can either text us on our website, bbc.co.uk/marathon, or text us on 81111. Do send in your message for friends and family, or if you have a message for many of the celebrities who are taking part, and many of them are competing this year. Here are just a few, many of them from BBC Sport. Mark Bright, Adrian Charles, they've got a rivalry going in this race. Steve Ryder's back for more. He always swore he'd never do it again. So Steve Redgrave, another of those, and Gordon Ramsay back. We have the technology this year to track them all the way, so we'll be able to keep an eye of them every inch. They cannot cheat. So for many of the celebrities and the brave people we've just met at the back, they may want to look away right now as we take you through the grueling journey that awaits them. Well, this is the start at Blackheath, looking all the way back to Greenwich Park, which would be the equestrian venue if London's Olympic bid is successful for 2012. Many of the runners there could take as long as 20 minutes to reach the start line. And because of the numbers, there are 3 start lines. The fun runners, the majority of those will start from the red start. The elite runners will start from just behind me on the blue start, and the celebrities and many of the other fun runners will go from the green start. And once they do finally get underway, the sensible advice advice is to start at a slow, steady pace. But with the adrenaline pumping, many ignore that as they are carried away with the occasion. On to the course, and for the first few miles we'll watch the bobbing heads as they take in the sights of Woolwich, past the famous barracks and on towards the River Thames through Greenwich. En route they'll pass many famous landmarks, including the fastest clipper ship, Cutty Sark. That will be a reminder to them that there is still 20 miles to go. From there, they stay south of the river, passing through Deptford and Rotherhithe, before crossing the river at Tower Bridge. Hopefully not too tired, as at the 12-mile point, they are still not quite halfway. Over the bridge and then a sharp right turn leads them to Docklands, where there is a change in the course this year. Now they will run the opposite way around the Isle of Dogs, which will give them a good view of Canada Square as they head towards Canary Wharf. Here there is another change as the runners wend their way around this famous building which houses the offices of the London 2012 bid. From there they head back onto the highway towards Tower Hill, and the biggest change of all. No longer will the athletes have to contend with the awkward cobbles of St Catherine's Dock. Now they take a pain-free, faster route past the Tower of London and on to the Embankment. Then it's a right turn into Birdcage Walk, leading to Buckingham Palace. And finally, their reward for all that hard work, the joy of crossing the finish line. No doubt feeling a sense of achievement and the satisfaction of a job well done. And all along the way, thousands of people will line the streets to cheer them on, to support them on their journey. And you can follow the drama of it all here with us on BBC One, or if you want to make your own choice, then hit the red button and access our interactive service. And there, following the women's race, will be Stuart Story. He'll be joined by Tracy Morris. And for the men's race, the former winner, Mike Grattan, will be alongside Matt Chilton. But of course, the women's race is about to start, and it is a big, big test for Paula. She is the fastest on paper by 4 minutes, but today isn't about past performances and previous records. It's about winning and putting the agony of Athens firmly in the past.
I always say that the marathon is just like life, all in one race, because you can have so many ups and downs all the way through it. You can feel good, you can feel bad. It feels different every time. No matter how, even if you try and run it the same, it still feels different. Your body can react differently. Normally, if you're running a shorter race, you know if you're going to run well and if you're feeling good when you stand on the start line. The marathon is something you have to feel once you're in it and really run according to how you feel, because there are those peaks and troughs within it, and you really have to keep the concentrations, but your body can only go so far, and I think that's what I learned in Athens, is that it went beyond a point where it should have gone and couldn't go any further.
Well, Paula has promised a fast pace, so Peter Elliott will be on his bike to keep up and report on the women's race. Peter's on the right, and on the left, Richard Nururka will be keeping pace with the men and trying to keep pace with everyone and everything, leading us through the drama of the day. From the commentary box, we joined Ian Thompson, Paul Dickinson, Brendan Foster, and first, good morning to Steve Cram.
Good morning, Sue. Thumbs up from us here as well. Good morning to everybody. I hope you're settled down and ready for another wonderful London Marathon, the 25th occasion that the athletes and all of the fun runners have lined up. The third time that Paula Radcliffe has lined up in the London Marathon, hoping for a third victory, of course. And what a beautiful day, perfect conditions for marathon running. Smiles on the start line already. I don't think I've ever seen Paula so relaxed over the last 2-3 days. But there will be nerves for her and for everybody else on that start line. The elite women about to get underway, 45 minutes ahead of the rest of the field. And just 45 seconds or so away from what promises to be another enthralling London Marathon. Paula Radcliffe with a few question marks still, maybe a lot of question marks against her form. She's got the likes of Margaret Akayo, Susan Chepkemei, who raced her so well in New York, and a whole host of other of the world's best athletes, Sonia O'Sullivan and Benita Johnson, just another couple of names to mention. Sun beating down Haile Gebrselassie with the honour, and what an honour it is, he said, to start the London Marathon. Away they go then, and alongside Haile Gebrselassie was James Cracknell. The Flora London Marathon elite women's race gets underway. And the 2005 edition promises to be exciting as many of those that have gone before. And just some clarification, in years gone by, we've had the women run in mixed races with the men, we've had them run on their own with female pacemakers, we've had them run with male pacemakers. This year it is a women's only race, and that is the record that we're told Paula Radcliffe will be attempting to chase. More of that a little later on as we see them head down the first few hundred yards of the race. And Brendan, I said, a glorious day, a glorious morning, perfect for marathon running, but we're still glad we're sitting here, aren't we?
Well, for 25 years I've sat here, Steve, and every time when it comes to this point, I always think I should be standing there at Blackheath getting ready to set off on this long journey. I hope one day the temptation is so overcoming that I'm actually down there at the start. But it was wonderful to see this morning, such a beautiful day. It's cool, there's only a light wind, it's dry, it's bright, and today London will be seen in all its splendor. And also the London 2012 bid is an event which is obviously lined in and tuned in with this London 2005 marathon. There's the elite field, some good athletes in there, but already decisions are being made about pace. Paula Radcliffe has decided that she wants to join the two pacemakers and run at a steady pace, and at a pace that has been predetermined, around 68.5 minutes. Susan Chepkemei is chasing that group. She's decided she wants to go along with the pacemakers. The other Chinese athlete has decided to stay off the pace, and at this point it's about a decision. It's not about how tired they are, it's not about how fit they are, it's a decision. Do you go with the pacemakers or do you run at your own pace? And this decision has been made by Paula Radcliffe, who insisted that the pacemakers run at 68.5 minutes for the first half, and Susan Chepkemei, who challenged Paula Radcliffe in the New York Marathon. You can see in second place in the blue vest, a comfortable distance behind, and making the decision, does she run on her own there in that gap, or does she try and get alongside Paula Radcliffe? So Paula's already dictating how the women's race is being run in the 2005 Flora London Marathon.
The two pacemakers wearing 140, that's Restituta Joseph, and 118 is Leah Mallott. Two very, very high-class athletes in their own right, and that is the problem for the organisers. And that, just in case you're not sure, Paula's the one wearing Paula on her vest there, not having to wear a number. And it's just that Paula asks for such a fast pace. They really do struggle to find the right quality of pacemaker who can even go to half the distance, and they're not quite sure that these two pacemakers will indeed get that far before Paula takes over, because she has asked to go through halfway in about 68.5 minutes, which, well, if you ran two halves of the race at even pace, would bring us a time of 2:17, which in itself would be phenomenal. And Paula has said that's the pace she feels comfortable running at, that's the pace she wants to go out at, and then see what happens in the second half. And of course, as Brendan said, that then gives the others a real dilemma, because that pace is probably 30 seconds to a minute quicker than the likes of certainly Chepkemei or Kayo, Sun Yingji would have liked to have set off at. So then they're left in no man's land a little bit, as you can see behind, because again the marathon have not put any pacemakers for a second and third group behind the leaders. Their policy is, we go with the fastest that's asked for. Whoever asks for the fastest pace, that's the pace we provide. And it won't be too long before we get the first mile split, and we're looking for, if it were to be run at even pace, and of course it isn't, but it would average out at each mile of 5 minutes and 18 seconds. And it's at around the 1 mile point that the first convergence takes place when the main race gets underway. The blue and the red start converge after around a mile or so, and then the rest of the runners join the course at about 3 miles. Well, this is always the quietest part of the course, but even here, spectators out in good numbers to cheer on Paula Radcliffe. And I think Paula has secretly been looking, if you like, as they go through that first mile. 5 minutes 3, that's pretty swift. In fact, that's very swift for the first mile, accepting that people do get away from the line a bit more quickly than the pace they'll settle into. But to be honest, that is maybe 5-10 seconds quicker than perhaps Paula would have liked. But nonetheless, away and into her running. She will have noticed that, though, to be honest, and will perhaps be content to settle back a little bit. The second group behind them, we saw that Chepkemei was there, and Okayo, the diminutive Margaret Okayo, of course, won London Marathon, won New York Marathon last year, is now, well, she's just kind of closed the gap, if you like. Maybe the first half mile was a bit quick, and they're settling down now.
Well, the first part was a little bit quick, but Paula Radcliffe looks anxious to get on with the running here. The two athletes behind her that we just had a quick shot of, Margaret Okayo and Susan Chepkemei, now find themselves almost running together, almost in a position where they've got the whole race happening in front of them and they can gauge their effort. There are two class athletes, these Kenyans, in second and third place, and this is going to be very, very interesting. Paula, you can just sense she just wants to get on with it. They've only run a mile and she's edging them along, she's nudging them along. This is the way to encourage the pacemakers to go a little bit faster, but they're going pretty fast enough.
Well, one pacemaker already starting to find this perhaps a little bit quick. That looks like Restituta Joseph, who's just dropped off 10 meters or so. Maybe will help the others get back to Paula Radcliffe. But the race very much underway, and Paula setting out with real intent at this early stage.
Well, Paula is off and running, but here at the start, the fun runners, many of the celebrities preparing, including Sir Steve Redgrave, who's taking part in his second London Marathon. And here with the family, Steve, because you wanted to include the whole family in your training, didn't you? So you're all taking part in this Flora Family Marathon. What does that involve, the whole family running the marathon distance?
Well, what the Flora Family Marathon is all about is trying to motivate people to go out there and do a bit of training. So the last 5 weeks leading up to the marathon, the family as a whole have been clocking up their miles up to the 26.2 miles. And today being here running their last mile. But there's thousands of families around the country that have been doing it as well, and they're all running their last mile today as well. So some will have gone out and done it already this morning, the same time as this lot went out about half an hour ago. But some will be doing it, watching the coverage and being motivated to go out there and do it afterwards. So it's just a way of getting into exercise and using the marathon as a tool to be able to do that.
And I know it's disappointing for you because you're not competing today because you were injured or you were ill just before, but taking part as a family is very important to you, isn't it?
It is indeed, and actually it's worked very well. I've been surprised once we got going. Initially the children weren't very keen, but once we got going they got quite motivated watching their mileage tracker on the computer going down as we'd given them dedicated miles to run, just like all the other families, and actually it worked very well.
Who wasn't that keen then?
This one.
Zach? I don't believe it, Zach. Were you not keen to run?
Yes.
What was your motivation, Zach?
What made you run today?
Power Ranger.
A Power Ranger? You had to bribe him. Oh, that's not fair. Anyway, so Natalie, how do you think Dad's going to do today?
I'm not sure. Hopefully quite well.
Now, you're threatening a PB, aren't you, Steve?
Oh, I am threatening a PB. I was very slow last time I did it, so I've got to be a PB. Originally I was looking to try and get under 4 hours, but I've had this illness that Anne's had. We've had this flu bug that's been going around. and so I'm re-evaluating about 4.5 hours. If I can break 4.5 hours, I'll be really pleased.
And obviously raising a lot of money again.
Yes, so far raised somewhere around about £80,000 so far. So if anyone out there will still take pledges, you can go onto my website and pledge your money on my website.
Well, I don't know how you fitted in all the training, because you're obviously very much involved also with the London 2012 bid, which, are you happy? Is it going well?
It's been going very well indeed. The evaluation committee went very well a few weeks ago, and now it's building up for the big final vote in July. And there's still a lot of work to do. We need still a lot more support, but it's going really well indeed. And I think, hopefully, fingers crossed, that we will be awarded the games, because we'll put on a fantastic show.
July the 7th, isn't it, D-Day?
July the 6th.
Oh, July the 6th, okay,
Yeah, it'll be
okay.
about lunchtime here that we'll find out the result. Okay. I'll actually be out in Singapore, but we'll find out the news back here same time as I do.
Okay, well, good luck with that, and good luck today. See you at the finish. Anyway, great conditions here. A lot of smell of deep heat and all Raljex around here, but I wonder what it's like at the back of the field. Let's go back to Jill.
Well, so, you know, 26 miles just isn't far enough for some people. Meet Steve Wright, who's run all the way from Sheffield to take part here. How far have you run in order to take part in this marathon?
Short of 200 miles now. And this one will take it over this will make it 9 marathons in 10 days.
That's incredible. How are you feeling?
I'm aching a little, but I'm just eager to get ready and do the run now. So never really underestimate how far 26 miles is. It's a long way. So this is something I'm really looking forward to starting.
Because I would have thought after 200 miles, this would just be a bit of a stroll in the park for you.
That's what everyone keeps saying, but it's still a long way, 26 miles. I'm just eager to get going now.
And you're running for a very special little girl, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm running for a little girl called Victoria Stevens. She's got a rare form of muscular dystrophy, and the school that she attends, my little boys attend the same school, and they need special facilities for her in the school so that she can keep going there, obviously. And I'm raising the money for that.
And I know they're going to be at the halfway stage cheering you on. Just very quickly, what's the name of the school?
It's St Luke Shiros.
Fantastic. Well, listen, best of luck. And you're not running home, are you?
No, I thought about it, but I thought, no, I think that's enough. That's enough, but I'm not going to do it again.
Great stuff. Well done. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, as you can tell, great atmosphere here already. We've seen some of the youngsters in action in the family marathon, but also many youngsters from all around the country have come to London to take part in the Adidas mini marathons over the closing stages of the course. They start at Southwark Bridge. I believe the first couple got underway a few minutes ago, watched by Colin Jackson.
We're going to go in and have a quick chat with one of the two. A few accidents happened last year, and I'm going to talk to someone who actually suffered from them. A little accident with the police. Tell me what happened last year with the police.
Well, when I was going around the race, I was about third, and then a police car came in front of me, and I had to slow down really fast, and I was going top speed, and then I'd lost part of my position for that, so I wasn't very happy with that.
So this year, hoping everything will be right?
Yeah, I'm hoping to win it this year, because it's my last year, so I'm looking to go well this year.
Well, we'll be looking out for you and watching for you.
Thanks.
How are the nerves this morning?
Okay.
You're looking forward to this then?
Yeah, I just want it to get started.
You're ready?
Yeah.
Well, don't run me over. I'm going to get out the way very shortly.
Okay.
All the best.
Thanks.
Let's go in here. Is this the first one of these you've done?
No, I've done 3.
And what's your best position?
Second, well, equal second with Doug Easttown.
So you're looking forward to try and top him this time?
Yeah, hopefully, see if I can do well, yeah.
Is this your last year?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm looking out for you too.
Everything goes in this one, so we'll see.
Okay, well, all the best for that, and I'm watching.
Well, thank you.
Enjoy.
Yeah, see ya, bye.
Matthew Pinsent, Olympic champion, gets them underway. 2.65 miles from Southwark Bridge, and then on towards the mile. They're about 3 miles, 23 miles rather, ahead of Paula Radcliffe at the moment.
Well, Paula Radcliffe still at the front. I can tell you that the second mile was a little slow, but not too much. 5 minutes and 12 seconds. The pace still very quick. One pacemaker helping Paula Radcliffe, that's Leah Mallow. And this third mile is generally accepted to be the quickest of the race. In fact, last time round in 2003, she ran this part of the race in 4 minutes and 57 seconds. Now, some conjecture as to whether the third mile marker was in the accurate spot or not, but it is slightly downhill. You can see the downhill section there. There's confirmation. But it says 5:03 officially for that first mile. That's really quick, and perhaps that gap that we can see there was really established in that first half a mile, and it really hasn't changed since then. We've got Margaret Akayo and Susan Chepkamai in the chasing group, being helped now by Restituta Joseph, who was, to be honest, given the job of pacemaking at the front. She's not meant to be pacemaking the second group, but effectively that's what she's doing at the moment. And Margaret Akayo looks pretty good and fresh and nicely set in her rhythm at this early stage. But if she keeps this sort of pace going, she is only about, what, 3-4 seconds behind Paula Radcliffe at this point. She would be set for something well inside her personal best. But Akayo is a good runner. I like Paula Radcliffe, dropped out of the Athens Olympic Marathon when many thought she was a medal contender. And now we can see that indeed Restituta Joseph has pulled Akayo back to that leading group, if you can call it a group, Paula Radcliffe and the pacemaker. So now the race very much on here. And perhaps I think Paula was very much aware of the third mile from 2003 and how fast they ran. They're just about to pass the 3-mile marker. In fact, I just seen it, you see on the lamppost on the far side there. And there are the big Flora signs to indicate they've gone through 3 miles. And it was inside 5 minutes. Well, no let up. And they are running well inside the record pace. Just to clarify again for you, the women's only record, that's a race in which the pacemakers are women, is 2 hours, 18 minutes and 56 seconds, the time that Paula set here in her first marathon in 2002. But they're running inside 2:17 pace at the minute.
Well, they're running incredibly quickly here. These athletes, Paula Radcliffe, joined by Akayo and Susan Chepkamai, and I think this is faster than they ran when Paula ran that incredible world record of 2 hours and 15 minutes. So she's running a little bit faster than she anticipated, but Akayo and Susan Chepkamai are both running way faster than they've ever been near before, and that's 3 miles behind them. That's the downhill bit. They turn here and they start most of the rest of the race alongside the river till the Tower Bridge. And so the pacemakers are back on course. Paula Radcliffe's back on course, and now she's been joined by 2 of the athletes who we did feel would be a threat in this race. That's last year's winner, Margaret Akayo, the tiny figure in the white vest behind Paula Radcliffe. And then on the inside, in the blue vest, the athlete who chased Paula Radcliffe through the streets of New York and just was beaten at the finish, that's Susan Chepkamai, also of Kenya. So the 3 athletes who many figured would be close to the front are close to the front, and the pacemakers are back there trying to do their job.
Well, the conditions are conducive to running quick, and I think these are certainly the best conditions in London that Paula Radcliffe has had. But the pace, as Brendan was saying, is, well, it's remarkably fast, to be honest. And I think we should accept that the first 3 miles are quick and that now the group is established, but they are all running well inside what we thought. I didn't really think that Paula would attack as much this early on in terms of the pace, that she would try and keep the pace fairly sensible. And I hesitate to use the word sensible when talking about Paula's marathon running, because she's always set her own targets, and those of us watching never quite sure what she's got in her own mind. But one thing we can say, that this early pace is going to set this race up very much for a challenging last 5 or 6 miles, whatever happens. And the 2 pacemakers back together now, and Akayo and Chepkamai just slipping off this pace. That little feed station there, as it often does, just disturbs the rhythm slightly. All of the athletes sent their drinks down. Paula was mixing her own drinks yesterday afternoon, and they sent them down at 6 o'clock to be taken down. And every 5k, 10k or so, they have their drinks. Now we can see, Brendan, there 15:47 through 5k. That is remarkably quick.
It's remarkably quick, and I'm sure that's why the 2 Kenyan athletes have dropped off again. They'll have recognised their time. They run in kilometres. They know the time's over 5 kilometres, and I'm sure they just had a look at that 5 kilometre point and then put the brakes on. And that's sensible. This is far too quick. They're going to slow down in the late stages, but there we see Paula Radcliffe with the leaders and the 2 Kenyans in chase.
Joined by two people who are certainly smiling at the moment. Not sure they will be by the finish. Lorraine Kelly and Gordon Ramsay both did it. Well, you've done it a number of times, Gordon, but Lorraine, you did it last year. I'm sure you swore to me you'd never do it again.
I did. I said to you that was it. I'd done it and I would never do it again. And here I am, back. I must be mad. And it's worse this time because I know what to expect, you know. I know it's going to be quite tough. But this man is a real, proper, true athlete. I mean, you do it so quickly.
Yeah, I'm under immense pressure now because my wife's getting better and better, so it's becoming harder. So it is addictive, you know that. And it's look at the weather. I mean, absolutely amazing.
It's going to be really good, isn't it? It's going to be brilliant. But when you're finished and sitting having a gin and tonic, I'll probably only be halfway round.
No,
That's
rubbish.
not fair.
You'll be absolutely fine.
Have you done a lot of training, Lorraine?
I've not bad. My husband's doing it with me this year, and my friend Joyce and her boyfriend, and my friend Craig. So we've all been training together.
Well, both of you actually are at the Flora Family Marathon as well.
Yeah, we did that. We did that wee mile. That was nice. That was good.
Well, in a few hours' time, we'd have run sort of 27.2 mile because we had to do a mile this morning. But great cause, and what a tremendous way of sort of generating interest through families across the country by getting them to sort of participate 25 miles up until today, an extra mile this morning, and even my 5-year-old son ran it as well.
He was good.
Yeah, well, he thinks he's won it because he's been given a medal. Not yet, mate. You've got to wait a few more years.
Yes, and you'll have to wait a few hours for yours. Now, personal best this time because you almost cracked 3:30 last year.
Personal best, and of course, Michel Roux Jr. You know, he's 7.5 stone whippet, and it's easy when you're running 7.5 stone, and I'm 15 stone, so I just want to get under 3:30. That's all.
Okay. Wow. Got a target, Lorraine?
No, I just want to get round, but I will do it even if I have to crawl. I will do it.
Wish you both well. See you at the finish.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, don't worry, you're not seeing double. What we have here are Kim and Zoe Davis, identical twins who are going to be running the marathon today. They're 18 years old. It's their first marathon. How excited are you?
Very excited, but I can't wait.
It's something you've wanted to do for a very long time, Kim, isn't it?
It is indeed. We've watched it every year since we were little on the telly and just always wanted to do it. So.
And you're running for Whiz Kids today?
Yeah, Whiz Kids, who help disabled children throughout the UK.
Now, you are both going to run this. You're not going to swap in and out and do a little bit of cheating.
Oh, no. Well, we're going to try and stick together all the way, but, you know, always competitive between the two of us, so we secretly want to beat each other, I think.
Well, I've just had a look at your numbers, and you're 48816 and you're 48818. So who is 48817? There's not really a secret triplet going to turn up and run part of the race for you.
No, there isn't, no. We haven't found the 48817 yet, so we're on the lookout for that during the race.
Little bit of rivalry between the two of you?
Definitely, of course, always is, but I've always been the better twin at this, so hopefully I come out tops after 26 miles.
That's fighting talk.
It is indeed, yes. live up to your words there, dear.
Best of luck, Amy.
Yeah,
good luck.
Cheers, thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, there's a few T-shirts I recognise here. That name is pretty good for us. Wales.
Wales all the way. We're going to show them how we do here down in Wales. We're going to bring out West Yorkshire. We're going to show you how we do. We'll show you how we do.
Well, it looks like you're going to have a lot of fun, which is what we're here to do.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, it's going to be a good race, good fast race. We're going to like it.
Well, did you not bring the sun?
No, it's too
bad. Moving on, Scotland.
Yeah.
You flying the flag for Scotland?
Oh, aye, definitely.
How did you manage to get to the front?
So, well.
Northern Ireland. Now, I spoke to you earlier. One of the Red Hot favourites.
Yeah, definitely. Let's go.
Yeah! That's fighting talk! Yes! Go on, Steve.
West Midlands. The Midlands. They usually say West Mid's best kids. Is that going to be true today?
Gonna be true, yeah.
Definitely. Well, everybody here says it seems like it's a great atmosphere, great fun, and it looks like everybody's looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Definitely, Colin, definitely.
Well, a mixture of everybody over here. We've already seen West Mids, so far the best kids. Staffordshire.
Yeah, Staffordshire.
What was your journey like to get here?
Wasn't sure. It wasn't long. We're in Edgeham at the Royal Holloway University.
So, what are we going to look forward to today?
Hopefully the atmosphere will be good and the crowds will be out.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. All the best. These are all excited. Let's see what happens. Ciao.
Well, as they get on their way, the women's race has gone through 4 miles and it's just settled a little bit. Here are the mile splits: 5:3, 5:12, 4:58, and then a 5:15. And the pace now just a little outside that which Paula ran when she was when she had male pacemakers in 2003 and then ran that incredible 2 hours 15 and 25. One of the pacemakers has dropped off. We're left with just Leah Mallow, who is trying to help Paula, and Akayo and Chepkemei, who are in that leading group. Chepkemei, I have to say, is running way inside the sort of pace we'd expect her to running. Akayo well inside her best as well, but they've committed themselves here. In fact, all three athletes have committed themselves with this fast early pace.
Back at Blackheath, very close to the start now of the wheelchair race. Not quite 25 years old, but a sight now of Britain's greatest ever Paralympian. Number 3 there, the great Dame Tanni Grey-Thompson. Francesca Porcelato, the defending champion, next to her, wearing number 2. And sat next to me in the commentary box, Tanni's husband, Ian. Just go to Ian in a moment as we wait for Sir Steve and Haile Gebrselassie to get this marathon underway. Now, what about the prospects for your wife, first of all? And, of course, the weather is going to play a great part in this race as well. It's looking superb.
Training's been going really well this year. She's really building up towards the European Championships and the Paralympic World Cup later in the year. At this time of year, then, the London Marathon is partly a preparation race for someone like Tanni, who's really going to be concentrating on the shorter races later in the year.
It certainly is a superb lineup. There are 37 men, including Saul Mendoza, Paralympic champion at 1500 meters, but also the defending champion in the men's race. 10 countries represented in that list. And some great prospects as far as British athletes are concerned, with the likes of David Weir. As far as the women are concerned, all hopes on Tanni Grey-Thompson, former Paralympic champion Debbie Brennan. But very tough opposition coming from Porcelato of Italy and Gunilla Wollengren of Sweden. So, as this race gets underway, a chance for us to have a much closer look at Great Britain's greatest 5-time London Marathon wheelchair champion, Dame Tanni Grey-Thompson.
I have this love-hate relationship with London. I hate it when I'm doing it because as you're pushing along the course, you remember all the bits that you kind of forgot. And I can't remember the number of times that I've finished and said, that's it, I am never doing it again. But then everything just kind of fades and you think, oh, I'll just enter, but I won't do it. And then you go, no, actually I will. And then before you know it, you're back on the start line again, glutton for punishment.
Tanni Grey-Thompson, one of the all-time greats, has achieved so much in her long career, and she's done it once again. Victory number 6.
There is lots of pressure on me around London. Now, I think there's lots of people who thought I should retire, but why should I stop doing something that I love more than just about everything else in the world, apart from my little girl? I'm kind of always a bit in danger, you know, when I started racing. But it is, you know, when I started racing, it was such a completely different era. For me, it was 1985, watching Chris Hallam, a fellow Welsh athlete, and him winking at the camera and saying to my parents, I'm going to do the London Marathon. And my parents went, yeah, OK, fine, of course you are.
Right, good luck. I'll see you later on, all right?
Thanks.
Dame Tanni Grey-Thompson for services to sport for the disabled.
But it has had a massive impact on the way that disability sport is seen and understood, because in the early years, and still some people, you know, will say, God, you're so brave because you're in a wheelchair and you do the marathon. You know, I train really hard for it. And you wouldn't say that to Paula Radcliffe, would you? So don't say it to me.
Well, we're getting towards the finish now of the Adidas Mini London Marathon. Youngsters from all over the country have come here today. Used to be just confined to the 33 London boroughs, but now the race has been opened up to invited teams from all over Great Britain. And so some of these youngsters, perhaps one day, hoping to make their mark in the big event. This is only 2.65 miles, but certainly as far as these fellas are concerned, it will be the biggest crowd they're ever likely to run in front of. We'll be able to give you the full results of all of these races later on. There are athletes out there from the ages of 11 all the way through to 17. And certainly some of Britain's greatest athletes started their careers in the mini marathon. Some with even messages. And this was, in fact, the first mini wheelchair marathon winner. And certainly Tusha Patel, one of Britain's greatest track racers, he started his career here. And that was one of the young men that Colin was talking to before, Douglas Stone, who wins that race.
Well done to them. An awful long way still to go for these women elite athletes. Without pacemakers, I can tell you that Paula Radcliffe has decided that you can see there that 5th mile, 5 minutes 22. Pacemakers not able to keep moving at this sort of pace, so we're left with the 3 elite athletes. Paula Radcliffe, Susan Chepkamai and Margaret Akayo now out on their own. And just a word on the pacemakers. Tim Hutchings, who organises the international field, was telling me how difficult it is to get anybody of that sort of calibre, the right calibre, to be able to run 68.5 minutes for a half marathon, because that is world-class half marathon running. There are 6 or 7 other marathons around Europe this weekend, and anyone of that sort of calibre, well, they look at the field in London and think, well, maybe I can go elsewhere and run a decent marathon. So it's really difficult to get high-quality pacemakers for this women's race. And to be honest, I'm not sure how long Paula would let any of them stay in front.
Well, it doesn't seem like you need high-quality pacemakers when you've got Paula Radcliffe in this mood. Paula Radcliffe leads from the Susan Chepkamai of Kenya, who finished 2nd to Paula in that fabulous race we saw in November in New York. And in 3rd place, last year's winner, Margaret Akayo. All 3 of the 2 Kenyans running much faster than they've ever run before. And Paula encouraging the pace along when the pacemakers are running, and now, as she likes to be, on her own at the front and really testing these other athletes. Akayo looks as though she's going through a little bit of a bad patch, but Paula's looked pretty smooth this morning. She looked anxious to get on with her running, and she looks really, really keen to run a fast race today.
Well, they're approaching the 6 mile mark, should be right on it any second now. And we'll, in fact, there they've just gone through it there. So a 5:18 mile there for Paula Radcliffe. So she's settled into a rhythm now, and 5:18 was the sort of average mile time we were looking for throughout the race. And they're now approaching one of the most famous parts of the course, Cutty Sark.
Cutty Sark is, I've got really nice memories of the Cutty Sark. It's a very loud area. As you come into it, there's a lot of support there and a lot of crowds. And I remember the first year that I ran there in 2002, coming in as part of a group and coming out totally on my own without having really intended to make a break. It was just the fact that I think the groundswell of support just gave me that little push, and I was just away.
Well, this is Paula Radcliffe, a few yards ahead of Chepkamai. And she's not just drifting along at the front here. She's not just clicking off the early miles. She's actually pouring on the pressure. You look at her, she's working at it. She's pulling away from Chepkamai. Both of them are pulling away from last year's winner, Margaret Akayo. And Paula Radcliffe looks to be in the mood as they go over the 10,000 metre mark, 32 minutes and 17 seconds. Well, that's a respectable time anyway for 10,000 metres. Paula makes her move, gets a drink. That's important to her. It really is important to her. And the London Marathon organisation is such that they label the drinks, they put the elite athletes' drinks on particular points, and the athletes look as though it's pretty smooth, pretty connected, and working extremely well. And we look there down the road, the bikes, and Paula, Susan Chepkamai, and Margaret Akayo in a line with the pacemakers, who weren't able to help very much. I'm not sure how keen Paula was to have pacemakers, but there it is. Paula Radcliffe, 10,000 metres behind her, 32 kilometres left, and Paula has laid it down and the crowds are responding. She's going to get fantastic support this morning. They're out in their numbers, and this is what they expected to see. Paula Radcliffe leading in the women's race.
The famous fastest clipper of all time. The ship I'm on about there, Cutty Sark, not Paula Radcliffe, but she is clipping along at an incredible rate in this early stage, although it has settled down, and I think that's good to see, to be honest. The first 5 kilometres and then the second 5 kilometres, by contrast, 15:47 and 16:30, so almost a minute slower for the second 5 kilometre, but that's good because she's now into a good rhythm, running at the right sort of pace. And I hope that the next few miles should be fairly easy for her. And really, I guess all the questions about her fitness will come in the last 5 or 6 miles. I still expect her to be well out in front. Listen to the roars for Paula Radcliffe. It's the first time she's run in the UK since Athens, the first time that the public will be able to show their support for her, and I think she was secretly looking forward to a bit of this. Huge support, of course, in this part of the course, because spectators get a good view here, and then they can nip across to the other side of the river into the Isle of Dogs and see the athletes when they're around the 16-17 mile mark. It's a very popular viewing spot. And that lead starting to grow all the time as Susan Chepkemei perhaps realises she's bitten off a little bit more than she can chew in these early stages, and finds Margaret Akayo catching her fairly quickly there, and the gap must be now about 30 metres. Well, this is where they head now. This is a fairly easy part of the course, to be honest. It's nice and flat, the roads are nice and wide, although it's a quieter part of the course through Deptford. And as they turn through 10 Mile in the distance, they'll be able to see Tower Bridge, and that's really a psychological landmark as it looms ahead of them, knowing that once you cross the river, you're pretty much close to halfway. So Cutty Sark behind her, Tower Bridge ahead. And already that lead building. But the rhythm set now, and Paula just settling down, 32.17 through that 10K. Let's look a little bit further down there. Constantina Dieter, many thought was third last year, would run a more circumspect race. Benita Johnson, hoping to run much better than her debut in New York when she ran 2:38 last November. Almost 2 minutes behind Paula Radcliffe through 10K. A former winner, Joyce Chepchumba, up there as well.
And they'll let you in. Once on the start line, please do not throw items of clothing.
Well, just 9 minutes or so away from the main start. Down at Greenwich, they're lined up by their thousands, sectioned off, and they'll all gradually walk down towards the gates at the end of the park. The red start, the mass start. The elite men will be beginning on the blue start. There are also some of the celebrities and euphemistically called the older runners at the green start. And then they all converge at around about 3 miles or so. And the site which the London Marathon has become famous for.
Well, I'm pleased to say that the BBC is well represented here, although I'm not sure we're too proud of the costumes.
Depends what you mean by well, actually, doesn't it?
Adrian Charles, what are you wearing?
This is Baggy Bird, as you can see from my back there. This is the West Brom, it's the West Brom mascot, and I took delivery of it at Villa Park last Sunday. It's very smelly already, because I don't think it's been washed all season, and I can't dump it actually because it's the only one we've got, and we've got Spurs away on Wednesday, so I can't just leave it by the side of the road. So I'm stuck with it. I'm afraid. It's not too bad. It's quite well designed. I must say, it's quite nicely balanced.
But what about the heat, though? Are you not going to think, 12 miles, it might be a bit warm?
It might be, but I was rather the heat than rain actually, because it would have weighed. I'll be 25 stone by the time it finished otherwise. So I'd rather be a hot bird than a wet bird. You see what I mean?
You won't sweat in that for sure. It won't absorb anything.
Drain pipes coming down the bottom. So make Steve look good anyway. If I
do.
ever take you, Steve,
this is definitely not a costume. Yeah.
Now, rumour has it, Steve, there is an injury this year.
There's a bad injury. I paid the price for training for this wretched event this year. I've done it 3 times before without a shred of training and coasted through it, floated to the finish. But this year I've done the knee, so I've got contingency plans at Cuddy Sark, Tower Bridge and City Arms. Taxis are waiting with engines running. And
Rumour has it you had trouble with the inserts in your trainers. Did you put them in the wrong shoes or something?
Yeah, I only discovered that after about 6 months when I bought a new pair of trainers. I got these magic carbon fibre inserts which give you an old marathon injury. You wouldn't know about that. And it was only when I bought a new pair of trainers that I realised they were the wrong way around. So all the training had to start again, and that's when the knee went.
Okay, well, hopefully we'll see you at the finish. Now, you're hoping to do pretty fast time, aren't you?
Well, I was hoping to do it without this. I was hoping to do about 3.5 hours without this. But I've got my excuses in place now. Finishing 5 now. I was wearing a bird suit. So that's the main reason, actually, to be honest.
Are you prepared for some of the comments around the course?
Yeah. Somebody just rather unkindly said to me, I think West Brom are going down. That's not the... You should build me up, you know. So we had some good results yesterday. So, I don't know. This is my meagre contribution.
Well, flap the wings. I hope they work.
Cheers.
Okay.
They don't work, Sue. Then I'm taking it back.
Anyway, good luck. Enjoy it.
Cheers.
It's always easy to say enjoy, doesn't it? It's one of those flip terms you just throw at people when you're not doing it. Go on, enjoy it.
It's the other one, is the fun runners, isn't it? Because you get up on your way back from this event, you meet people who've been in it, and they say, you describe me as a fun runner. I'm not a fun runner. I'm running the London Marathon, and it's very hard work. So Steve and I are going to try and avoid the phrase fun runners just to keep ourselves out of trouble.
I tell you what, that's the biggest competition of the day, is get to the toilet. Look, you see those queues down there? There's not enough trees, that's the trouble. Dave Bedford needs to plant more trees down at the start.
The question I always think, why is the queue for the women's toilet always longer than the queue for the men's toilet?
I think they're unisex down there, to be honest. Anyway. Well, Greenwich Park looking resplendent this morning. And a record number of people have registered for this year's race, over 36,000.
Please do not throw clothing. The time is only 9:40. This is
Well, you know, people have come from all over the country to take part in today's London Marathon, and Jim Mitchell's come all the way from Inverurie in Aberdeenshire, and it really is the end of a very long journey for you, because this time last year you would never have dreamed of running a marathon, would you?
No. Last year at this time I was lying in Ward 16 with hairy cell leukemia, so it's quite a challenge to be here today.
At that stage, did you envisage running something like the London Marathon?
No, I've watched it a few times on the television, and as I say, in particular, I watched it last year, and it's just an incredible situation to be here today.
You're a very lucky man, aren't you?
I am. It's thanks to the Ward 16 staff at Aberdeen Royal Infirmary. There's a lot of people out there for me, thanks.
And there's a little bit of fate involved, the reason that you're running here, and also the fact that you're running for children with leukemia.
Yes, I actually bought a running magazine with the view of buying a new pair of shoes. I opened it at page 42, and the next thing was run the London Marathon for children with leukemia. Thanks to them, I'm here.
And your local bobby up there in Inverurie, so who's looking after the place while you're down here?
There's lots of good bobbies in Inverurie looking after the place.
And you're by royal appointment. I know you're sometimes on duty at Crathy Kirk there at Braemar. Did you manage to get any royal sponsorship?
I didn't get any royal sponsorship, but I didn't apply.
I'm sure they'll be cheering you on. Well done, Jim. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Paula Radcliffe, another mile, 5 minutes and 14 seconds. The previous one was 5:16, and she's through 8 miles. Just a word of the other leading British contender, Liz Yelling, went through 10 kilometres in 34:49, quite a way behind Paula Radcliffe, but looking for and on course for a very good personal best. 2:27 she's aiming at, and that's right the pace she's running at. Paula Radcliffe running around 2:17 pace at the moment, and has a big lead after 8 miles. Margaret Akayo in second place, and Susan Chepkemei starting to suffer, and I'm not really sure. Susan Chepkemei is such an experienced athlete, Brendan. I really don't know why Susan set off at the sort of pace. She must have known they were going very quickly, because she's run so many marathons, is an experienced runner, and she's really done herself harm here by going off so quickly.
I think Paula Radcliffe drew both Margaret Akayo and Susan Chepkemei into her own race. Paula Radcliffe is operating now at the pace that only she's ever run at. Nobody's ever run as fast at this stage of a marathon than Paula Radcliffe, and it's only her that's done this before. But she's actually testing herself, she's testing the rest of the field, and she's dragged them off their race plan.
Well, they're gradually edging their way down to the start at Blackheath. I was just saying before, 36,017 people exactly registered as of late yesterday. They don't all turn up on the start line. Many of these places are given away on a ballot In fact, 70,000 people were turned away for this year's race. More people than ever wanting to take part in the London Marathon.
And there's the world record holder for the marathon, Paul Tergat of Kenya. Paul was the big favourite going in the Olympic Games, finished 10th in those Olympic Games, and now trying to salvage his own personal pride. He was very, very disappointed with that. As we look at Stefano Baldini in the white vest there, the Italian who won the Olympic Games in Athens. Fantastic performance in Athens, and now he's in London to try and rewrite his personal best. So we're looking at the elite start there, we're looking at the masses behind them, and we're beginning to look at the real London Marathon. It's fantastic that Paula Radcliffe's out on the road. It's wonderful to have these Olympic champions and world record holders here. We've got a fabulous men's field. We've got a terrific morning here in London, but the real London Marathon is the one we're looking at right now. There they are, lined up along Greenwich Park, the sharp left turn out of the gates, and that is what makes this such a fantastic event. Over 600,000 runners have completed this event in its 25-year history, and a morning like this, Chris Brasher and John Disley, the founders of the race, must be extremely proud of their idea.
So Steve Redgrave sets off the 25th running of the London Marathon. The first one was held on March the 29th, 1981. As Brendan was saying, John Disley and Chris Brasher with their wonderful idea to get the people of London running the marathon, and indeed the big aim to try and lift the standards of British marathon running, which it certainly did in those early years. Over 7,000 started the first race. We're expecting around 33 to 34,000 to run and complete the race in 2005. Over 500,000 people over those 25 years have completed the distance. This year that number will top 600,000, a remarkable feat of, yes, elite running, but of endeavour, challenges, personal challenges. And, well, we said we wouldn't use the word fun in terms of running, but I think a lot of people have had an awful lot of fun, both watching and taking part, and just look at that.
Well, that is a fantastic shot, and I remember Chris Brasher used to delight in describing this as the great suburban Everest. 25 years ago, and he talked about that all the time. 25 years ago, he came up with the idea, and the great suburban Everest is the challenge that's available to almost anyone. And it's a challenge that's within their compass. It's difficult, it's tough, it requires a lot of preparation, but we're delighted to see these shots of all these people running in the 2005 Flora London Marathon.
And this really is a credit to the organisers of the marathon as well. That start set off with almost military precision, and they're going to be coming through those gates, if we pan back just a little bit, for about the next 10 or 15 minutes or so. And a lot of the starters, of course, will not start their stopwatches until they pass the official start line, and their race will begin. Having said that, they've probably jogged or walked a good half mile or so before they even reach that point. That is stunning. Absolutely stunning.
Well, 98,000 people applied to run the London Marathon. 46,000 were accepted, and we've just heard the news, 31,000 have lined up and are on their way for a journey which many of them will do for the first time. 29 of them have done all 25 London marathons, and these shots are going around to 150 different countries around the world, and it'll tell them that London can organize big events. This is the best marathon in the world, and it's a very important one this year because it's part of the bid for the 2012 Olympics. And if anybody from the Olympic committees are watching, can Britain stage major events? There's absolutely no question. This is the best of the lot. As we look over London, across Greenwich Park, and we'll see them heading down the gate, heading down the path there, and that sharp left, which is an unusual way to start a race, is go straight forward and then turn a sharp left.
Well, you talked about the numbers, Brendan, and really that's about as much as the course can handle, and particularly down at the start, but you wouldn't want to change that. We may have not mentioned it, I know we did at the beginning of the programme, but the course is different this year. Going back to 1981, the very first year, they actually finished on Constitution Hill, and then the finish was moved to Westminster Bridge for many years, and then eventually, about 11 years ago, to the Mall, where they finish now, which will be the culmination for so many of these people. And well, they'll not be thinking about the Mall just yet. They haven't even crossed the start line. And for some, the journey to the start line is quite long. It takes about 11, 12 minutes for most of them just to get to that point. And that's the other start, the blue start, green start, you can probably just see down there in the middle, and then this, the red start. Well, at the sharp end of things, the two male pacemakers have gone off a little slower than they did in the women's race, and well, that's not surprising. We're expecting a big lead group, and the pacemaking will be crucial. We've got Solomon Bushendich and Silas Kirui, 74 and 75, but the Olympic champion Baldini, Henrik Romala closest to the camera there, the man who won New York this year, former winner of the Great North Run. Baldini, the strong Italian.
Some way ahead, just rounding Cuddy Sark now, leading wheelchair competitors, and Ian Thompson, I think, can give us an update on possibly who is amongst those 7 or 8 competitors there. I think I see Tusha Patel in roundabout 3rd place. Is that Saul Mendoza, the Mexican, in 1st place?
It is, yes. Saul Mendoza was in Paris last weekend, and pretty much the question for this week was, can he actually get away from the pack? And the answer is, at this stage, no. There's a lot of good people there. I can see David Weir, Tusha Patel there is in 2nd place, David Weir in grey with the dark helmet, and in the lead at the moment is Denis Lemounier from France, a previous winner.
Well, Cuddy Sark, one of 7 historic sites around this course, all being supported by the Heritage Lottery Fund. And Cuddy Sark is going to get a grant eventually of about £11 million to save it from serious corrosion. Absolutely superb, and the Cuddy Sark area is absolutely packed with spectators, which is good to see.
Okay, the first woman coming onto the Mall, and that actually looks like, well, actually just searching down to check the number on that one. But that looks like Gunilla Wallengren from Sweden. She's the winner of the Great North Run for the last 3 years, and this is her really first attempt at the London Marathon. And I think she's made a big break from people like Tanni Grey-Thompson and from Shelley Woods and last year's winner Porcelata, and could be going away here.
Well, this is the first girl to cross the finish line in the lead in the mini marathon. This is Non Stanford, and Non is one of our real talented young athletes. She's, well, hasn't had the summer, well, the winter, I would say she might have liked. She had a bit of illness. She was away in South Africa on Kelly Holmes training camp as one of our top young elite athletes, but she's coming back to her best form, and today wins the Flora London Mini Marathon. Watch out for her name in future years, Non Stanford.
Well, she's plastered all over Athletics Weekly, the premier athletics magazine, as we go back to some of the wheelchair competitors going around Cuddy Sark, and there's somebody very well known to Ian here, Dame Tanni Grey-Thompson, just at the back there.
She's at the back there in the bright yellow chair with the blue helmet, wearing blue. But one of the youngsters in the field as well is just at the front of that pack is Shelley Woods from Blackpool, who's been pushing very well over the last year or so, and she could well be up here. With the red hair at the front as well is Francesca Porcelata, so this looks like it's they're on chasing the leader.
Well, Paula Radcliffe now in the quieter streets around Rotherhithe, a couple of miles away from Tower Bridge. And one or two of those youngsters on the side of the road will never get as close to Paula Radcliffe or any of these stars. 48.34 through 15 kilometres. And a 28-second lead now over Margaret Akayo. Susan Chepkemei starting to suffer. Constantina Dita closing down on those two. Benita Johnson quite a way back from that. Sonia O'Sullivan now moved into the top 10, you can see, but 3 minutes and 23 seconds behind Paula Radcliffe, who's still running around about the 2:17 sort of pace, just inside the pace that she'd asked for. But that's no surprise. Here are the last few miles, and you can see a much steadier pace being run. And to be honest, that 5:15 sort of average that she's now running at, a bit quicker than I think most of us might have accepted. But Paula knows that she's well on her way now. She's just got to try and sort of settle in this middle part of the race and just click these miles off. You saw her when she talked about going through Cutty Sark, just clicking miles away. She won't be too tired at this point, of course. She wouldn't want to be. But it's essential that she stays as relaxed as possible.
Well, we just got Paula's time through 10 miles, and that's 52 minutes and 6 seconds. And I was just looking back at the records, and when she broke the world record and ran 2 minutes 15, she's only 18 seconds slower at this point than she was when she broke the world record. So she really is laying the cards down. And in second place, Margaret Akayo, she's running so much faster than she's ever run before. And Paula Radcliffe really is now testing the record book. She's testing the schedule, she's testing herself, and she really is powering away, running extremely well at this point, but running extremely quickly.
Well, Margaret Akayo won in London and said New York. Like Paula Radcliffe, dropped out of the Athens Olympic Games, but says she's come here to run well and run fast, and aiming to get under 2:20, well on course for that at the moment.
Significantly faster than she's ever run before, but looks controlled. Her coach, Gabriella Rosa, the Italian, who's coached some great athletes in his time, including the world record holder for the men's marathon, Paul Tergat. And Margaret Akayo is now about 25 seconds behind Paula Radcliffe, but Paula really is in an area where no female athlete has ever been before, apart from herself a couple of years ago when she set that fantastic world record for the marathon. So as usual, Paula doesn't leave anything to half measures. She's asking all the questions, she's pushing herself, she's pushing the pace. She looks good, she looks controlled, and she's way out in front, as all these people on the roadside expected her to be.
The men are through 2 miles, and the big lead group just letting the pacemakers do their work in those early stages. They've gone off around about the sort of pace they'd asked for, perhaps a little slow. They've done 4:50 and 4:56 for the first 2 miles, so to be honest, a little bit slow through the first 2 miles. Into the quicker third mile now, which they'll be passing fairly soon. Some more news further down the women's race as well. Liz Yelling is in 13th place and is still on around the 2:28 mark through 15 kilometers. So good news for Liz Yelling, of course, clubmate and former training partner. They don't do too much training together these days. Paula very much spending a lot of her time, of course, in Albuquerque way. Liz Yelling's been in Boulder training, a popular place for many of the elite athletes who are running here today. That may well have been the 11-mile mark. Indeed, there it is, 5:14, and hardly any fluctuation. I think sometimes people are amazed at the way in which these athletes sort of settle into the rhythm, and each mile, look at that, the last 5 miles there, 5:16, 5:14, 5:15, 5:13, 5:14. That is excellent running from Paula Radcliffe, and well, if she keeps this up, then we are going to see something special again from the Bedford girl.
Still they come down at Blackheath. So many stories to be told, and this for some is going to be a life-changing experience. Something which is very close to our heart, of course, is the Run for Ron campaign. We've got 38 competitors out there running for Jean Pickering in memory of her husband and former colleague of ours, of course, Ron Pickering. And one of them, especially in view of the 2012 campaign, our own Minister of Sport, the Right Honourable Richard Cabourn, he is running. And the International Olympic Committee must be impressed with that. And Brendan, I gather you've been talking to him.
Well, he's been training very hard for this race. It's fantastic to see the Minister of Sport step out on the occasion of the bid for the Olympics and support the London Marathon run by being part of it. He was in South Africa last week, where he managed to persuade the great Nelson Mandela to support the London bid. He managed to take a couple of runs at altitude in South Africa when he was there, but last week South Africa and Nelson Mandela, this week the London Marathon for the busy Minister of Sport, Richard Cabourn.
I think it's Matthew Paris, the broadcaster, former Member of Parliament, who holds the parliamentary record. I don't know whether Richard Cabourn's going to get within sight of that. But they still come through that start line thick and fast, and they'll carry on doing that for at least another 5 minutes.
Well, towards the back there. Can I just mention a group of, we talk about all these people who come here. There are some people who've come from Paris, ran Paris Marathon last weekend, have run from Paris to London, and are running today in the London Marathon. Dr. Karen Thomas leading a group of them, and hoping to raise £5,000. That's an average of 29 miles a day for the last few days. They could have got the train, couldn't they, surely?
That's impressive, though. That's great. That's part of the kind of stories that you unearth in the London Marathon. And that's a pretty casual start there. Nearly all the runners are through. They've been going for about 15 minutes. Nearly 15 minutes. And there we look over the Millennium Dome, across the river. And there we can see Greenwich Park, almost emptied now. There they are, just coming through Greenwich Park. Well, I thought they were nearly all through, but the first phase was through. This is the next phase we're looking at. So they've been going 15 minutes. They've got a few hours ahead of them, but they're not in any hurry.
Well, these are the athletes who are still waiting to get going in the London Marathon. But meanwhile, at the sharp end of things, we know that Paula Radcliffe has a big lead in the women's race. We're in the men's race. They've just gone through 3 miles, and we can have a look at how things are progressing. We saw that the first couple of miles were fairly circumspect, 4:50 and 4:56. The third mile is the quickest on the course. It's downhill, and we'll bring you that time as soon as we can, but in fact it's 4:39. I've just been told by Mark Butler, our statistician, who works as hard as anybody on this. So the men's race just settling down, lead group of about 15 or so. That was expected, but as expected in the women's race, the lead group was much smaller. There we have confirmation of that, 4:39 through that third mile. There she is, Brendan, and well, I'm glad to see that she's kind of settled down. I know she's running maybe a little bit quicker than that first 5K was exceptionally quick, but she's settled down and running 5:14s, 5:15s, halfway approaching.
Well, the Radcliffe will get a boost soon. She's heading towards Tower Bridge, and the crowds at Tower Bridge, they'll be getting the information that Paula's on her way. They've been there ready for her, and she'll get some tremendous boost in a few minutes' time.
I love coming across Tower Bridge. I think you come across and psychologically you know that you've done the first half of the race and you're getting into the half where I feel you can really start to run. And again, the crowds are really loud across there, and the support is great. And you come across, and then you go out around the Docklands, and then when you come back, you're back through Tower Bridge again, so you get sort of that atmosphere twice.
.5:18 through that 12th mile, and Tower Bridge, well, one of the great sights of London Marathon. And it's not just because it provides a fantastic backdrop. It really is a point in which Paula was saying that you then can start to think about really getting into the race, getting your teeth into the race. The elite athletes say that, well, you've got to just get through halfway before you even start thinking about racing. Well, racing's a bit of a misnomer with Paula, to be perfectly honest, because she doesn't really have anybody with her to push her and race her. She's very much racing herself, racing her own fitness, racing against the clock, I guess, once more. And it really will only be, I I'm sure it'll only be those last few miles. Once she gets to about 19, 20 miles, where we'll be able to find out really how well Paula is going. The evidence so far is very, very good. She looks nice and comfortable and relaxed, pushing the pace along, her own pace, the way she wants to run. Forgot about the pacemakers now, forgot about the field behind her, and just settling down as she turns the corner, and we'll see the imposing stature of Tower Bridge. The Tower of London and Tower Bridge behind it. Paula Radcliffe starting to ascend the bridge, and this is where the crowds will be huge. They're starting to gather, maybe some people not realizing the elite women starting so much ahead of the main race this year, but once more they're there to cheer on their favorite. Paula Radcliffe has such huge support from the British public. I'm sure they're so pleased to see her back running again, back running well, back on the streets of London.
Paula working very, very hard on that slight incline up under the bridge, but looks pretty smooth across there. She's heading for the halfway point. She's between 12 and 13 miles, and she's going to go through the halfway point in a time only slightly slower than when she set the ultimate world record of 2 hours and 15 minutes. No woman has ever run anything like this before, and Paula Radcliffe in full flow, challenging the record books, challenging her own fitness. She came here, she ran a 10,000 meter race, and wasn't quite as fast as she was a couple of years ago. People started asking questions, and Paula Radcliffe here, it's amazing how she does take on these challenges. She's absolutely fearsome when it comes to running distance races. She's working hard, she's running brilliantly, and she's in an area that only Paula Radcliffe herself has any experience of. 67, 68 minutes for a halfway point in a marathon. The crowds are going crazy. This is why they came early. If you want to get the newspapers, if you want to catch Paula Radcliffe coming across Tower Bridge, you better get there before 10 o'clock. Well, just after 10 o'clock, Paula Radcliffe running like only she's done before, running exceptionally well here, and now the hard miles are ahead of her. She's tested herself. I just wonder, can she keep this going?
This will be a big lift for Paula Radcliffe. Don't think that she doesn't realise and hear and see and feel the warmth and support from the crowd. Running on home soil really does make a big difference. Support given to the athletes coming behind. Margaret Akayo in second place, and I think there's a change in third place further back. It may well be Constantina Dita, but we'll get a view of that in a second. But certainly Margaret Akayo solid in second place. She's running well inside anything she's ever done before. And as we look back, we see that Susan Chepkemei has had to relinquish that third spot. She really did go off a little bit too quickly, to be perfectly honest, and well, you do pay for it. As good an athlete and as experienced an athlete as Susan Chepkemei has still got sucked into the pace being set by Paula Radcliffe. And Constantina Dita now running, well, she's a sort of committed front runner, is running a very different race this year, but I think very much a more sensible race, and we'll be able to, she's already picked off Chepkemei, and to be honest, we'll be thinking that Akayo will come back to me as well. And this where the real changes are on the course. As they turn right, they head towards the Isle of Dogs, Canary Wharf area, which they run round in the opposite direction to that which they have done before. We will give you details on that in a little while. With Constantina Dita running very well, very strongly. Susan Chepkemei trying to hang on, but well, she'll know that she's made a mistake here. Well, that's Benita Johnson I can see there in 5th place, and Benita Johnson running a much better race than she did in New York. She said that New York was her first time. She didn't get it right, but running much better here.
Benita Johnson now working her way through the field. running on strongly. The former world cross-country champion, the athlete who's prepared specifically for this race this year, and Benita. And I can just see down the road, I just caught a glimpse of her training partner, Sonia O'Sullivan, in the white vest. So Sonia is picking her way through, and both of these athletes were pretty keen to run here today and then have a decent experience. So they set off a little bit more conservatively and ignored the pace that was being set by Paula Radcliffe and the two Kenyans. And now they're coming across Tower Bridge, approaching the halfway point, which incidentally Paula Radcliffe has gone through the halfway point faster than anybody has ever gone through apart from herself. And Benita Johnson there in the shot. The back of the shot, I can see Sonia O'Sullivan, a great legendary figure of Irish athletics. Here's Benita Johnson in the blue vest, relaxing her arms. Just behind her, that's Joyce Chepchumba going through in the black vest. And there I can see behind her, we're looking down the field, I think that's Tekla LaRoupe, the former world record holder in the marathon, in the black vest. That's Tekla LaRoupe in the black vest of Kenya, and there's Sonia O'Sullivan in the white vest, just chasing down Tekla LaRoupe, and the wheelchair athletes going on past now.
By a British athlete, which is good news. Tusha Patel, Saul Mendoza is there, the defending champion. I think David Weir is there as well.
David Weir looks to be in about third place there. I imagine, though, because Saul Mendoza had a real pace in last weekend with Heinz Frey in Paris, and apparently he didn't take that too well. He was very tired after the race, and I think this weekend he's actually looking for a much of a steadier race, and I expect him to be picking it up in the second half of the race. There are some people there who we want to get rid of in the second half, because some very good sprinters like David Weir.
There certainly is, and I'm just looking out there for the great Canadian Jeff Adams, because he should be up there.
He looks as though he's in the red in about fourth place. Again, you see him as again, very narrow waist, very powerful shoulders. I think he should be in there. Last year he had 4 punches altogether, which seriously put him out of contention. This year he's looking for it.
Liz Yelling going well. Mara Yamuchi. Now, Liz Yelling has set out a target of running 2:28, certainly sub 2:30, and she was hoping that she'd have some more people to run with her. Very difficult for the athletes when they're further down the field. They know what pace they want to go, and no help really in terms of that's Sun Ying Lee, of course, with us. Now, Sun Ying Ji would expect her to be much further up there, but Liz Yelling, well, she's got a quality athlete with her there, but Liz approaching halfway. They turn right here off the bridge. Not long after they turn right, they pass the halfway mark. There's 13 miles. 13.1, of course, is the halfway mark, and then this is where the change is. They would have normally gone left there, if you like, but they go right and head down into the Isle of Dogs, cross the Westferry roundabout there, past the City Pride pub, head down into the Isle of Dogs area, through 16 miles, and then that's as far away as they get from the finish. They turn and back up through 17 towards Canary Wharf. And this is where there's a little bit of a change through 18 miles, and they'll see Canary Wharf itself start heading for home. Well, we can give you the news, Brendan, of Paula Radcliffe's halfway point and the time.
Paula Radcliffe through halfway in 68 minutes and 27 seconds. And that's just 20-kilometre mark on there, but they've now gone through the half marathon. Paula Radcliffe, 68.27. She's already gone in the record books for that. That's the fastest half marathon in the world this year. Previously, Susan Chepkamai had run 68.47, and Paula Radcliffe halfway in the marathon, and she's running the fastest time in the world. Well, that's incredible, and I'm just wondering, can she keep this pace going? There's only Paula Radcliffe's got the 2 fastest marathons of all time. 2:15, the world record, 2:17, which at the time was a world record she set in Chicago, and she's traveling now. She really is motoring.
Well, I think Paula Radcliffe's got her nostrils flared here and is away and running and is looking and feeling good. She's just gone through 14 miles there. We should get that split fairly soon. But it's still very quick. She ran up to 13 miles, ran another 5:16 is keeping the pace going, and I think she's looking really good. Now, Konstantina Dieter, I said, had run a very clever race here, and look at this. Margaret Akayo now finds herself with some company. Dieter was not sucked into that fast first 5 kilometers or so, where she lost a minute on the lead group, and already finds now that as they have gone through 20 kilometers, she's now moving into second place. Margaret Akayo just takes a glance over her shoulder and says, who are you? Well, I know who you are, to be honest. Dieter finished third here last year, but to be honest, went on to win Chicago in the autumn, her first big city marathon win. And Konstantina Dieter, well, if Paula Radcliffe does falter, there is somebody who's running a strong race behind, but she's a long way behind just now.
Well, once you learn that you don't have to run a marathon from the gun by chasing out in the front. Konstantina Dieter from Romania, she was third last year. Telling you there, her favourite sport, and her first sport was handball, but she took up marathon running, and she was so anxious in marathons that she led in the World Championships by over a minute at the halfway point, and has now realised the best way to run marathons is to run conservatively. And there she is, running gradually, working her way through the field, working her way back from 6th, and now Konstantina Dieter of Romania moves into second place ahead of last year's winner, Margaret Akayo of Kenya. And these two athletes are both running significantly faster than they've either of them ever run before.
Well, of course, we're trying to bring you up to date with everything that's going on in both races. The women's race very much more progressed, but if you do want to concentrate on either the men's or the women's, you only have to press your red button and you can, well, you don't even have to listen to Brendan and I. I think Stuart Story has Tracy Morris with him. Of course, Tracy Morris, who got onto the Olympic team by running so well at London last year. And then the men's race, if you want to watch that, well, you can choose to do that as well. Well, let's find out what's been happening in the men's race. The lead group's still pretty big. Henrik Romala just behind the two leaders there, and they've been doing a pretty good job. They started fairly slowly with a 4:50, then a 4:56, then it's gone 4:39, 4:54, 4:58 and 4:53. To be honest, that's a little bit slower than they've been looking for, and that's why there's a big group then. I'm not surprised, Brendan. I thought that a lot of people were kind of expecting this to be really, really quick, but I think the nature of the men's races these days is very much hang around, and no one really wants to commit themselves early on, and then I expect the second half of the race to be much quicker.
But when you look at the field for the men's race, there's too many high-caliber competitors in it to try and set off and run a best time. Henrik Romala chasing the two pacemakers. He won New York last autumn. He ran his best marathon ever running New York. He's been a good runner. He won the Great North Run before. He'd run very good half marathons, but he hadn't run a great marathon, and that was it in New York. The athletes swing across the road there. Police are closing that road there. And that is a big group, and included in it is John Brown, right at the back of that group. John Brown, Great Britain, who finished 4th in the Olympic Games in Athens, previously having finished 4th in the Olympic Games in Sydney. And both those performances by John Brown were much overlooked in the excitement of the times, but John Brown hopes today to run a best time. His best time of 2 hours and 9 minutes, and I think John can run faster than that, and I think John can be competitive today, but there are some tremendous athletes ahead of him, but he's running the KG race that he always does. In that chasing group there, just at the back, going through the shot now, John Brown running steadily there and running extremely well.
He's not silly, John, is he, at all? I can see that he's pretty much latched himself onto Baldini in that kind of second group. Baldini's always the one who runs the clever race here. They can see Baldini on the left, John Brown on the right in that group. And John Brown, I think, spotting Baldini as the man to take him through. John very keen to break his personal best, very keen to try and post a good marathon time, maybe even get close to Steve Jones's British record in the 2:07 range, who knows. And in these early stages, things going pretty well for him. This is the leading group as we're looking at it. Two pacemakers there doing a good job. Henrik Romala tucked in behind them. Last year's winner, Evans Ruta, we'll talk more about him in a moment. Joseph Ngolopus, well, he's been in the newspapers this week for other reasons. Might get a chance to tell you that. Martin Lell, many people think he'll go well here. Sami Correa, who finished second to Evans Ruto last year, and the world record holder Paul Turgat, and the world champion Gharib from Morocco. They're all there, all the big names in those early stages.
12.5 miles gone for the leading women's wheelchair competitors. Ian?
It looks as though the pack is still together. Tanny's struggling a little bit up the hill there. They've got a couple of men mixed in with the pack as well, Sandy Cheek in blue. But Francesca and Shelley, they're together. Apparently, Gunilla Wollengren has apparently had a puncture from early on. She would normally take the pace out really hard to start with, but again, with a puncture, you've got maybe 5 minutes to fix it, and then you've actually got to get back up to pace. So pretty much with a wheelchair race, you have a puncture and your game's over.
So approaching the halfway stage, and Tanni Grey-Thompson is still there fighting it out.
Well, I think Paula Radcliffe has really started to push on. The previous mile of 5:11, she's just gone through another mile in 5:12 through 15, and Paula Radcliffe is just sensing something good here, I think, and much closer to the action than we are. Peter Elliott.
Well, they say pace judgment is the key in the marathon, and I think Dieter's proved that, running conservatively early doors, constantly looking at her splits, and the way she's come through the field, and caught okay, who's now 50-60 metres adrift, and then to Chepkemai. She really is increasing all the time, as I say, constantly looking at her splits, and the way she has come through is marvellous. But I also have to add that from this position that we're sat with Dieter here, Paula Radcliffe is nowhere to be seen, so she's obviously got a massive lead now.
Thanks, Peter. Well, as you said, the two athletes who are running the strongest races, Constantina Dieter there, who, as I said, went up very sensibly through the early stages. Paula Radcliffe, who went through, of course, more quickly, but both of them sustaining their pace. Paula Radcliffe really pushing on now and is heading for something now inside 2 hours and 17 minutes if she keeps going at this sort of pace. We're still at this point of the race where you'd expect this. You'd expect her to be able to keep pushing on if she was feeling okay. As I said, the questions will perhaps come in the last 5 or 6 miles, but we've said that before. We've sat here incredulous at what she's doing. Remember 2003, I think Brendan and I were both really couldn't believe some of the mile splits that were coming through, and we're expecting something to happen. It didn't. She just kept going and kept going and kept going, and ended up with that 2 hours 15 and 25 seconds. Well, if you've watched plenty of London marathons over the years, how much do you know about the marathon race? Here's a question for you, just a bit of fun. How many Britons have won the elite women's race? Well, there's a bit of a clue, of course. Paula, we've just mentioned, has won 1 or 2. How many others? Tell you the answer shortly. Do you know, Bren?
Can I guess?
If you want to, you can text us in. Brendan doesn't know how to text, so we'll ask him in a little while. But 81111, you can text us. There you go. And we will give you the answer shortly. We'll have another couple of questions as the afternoon wears on, the morning and afternoon.
And we're looking at one of the answers. Twice previously, Paula's won this one. And then she got the halfway point here, 68 minutes and 27 seconds. And then suddenly, on her own, past the halfway point, and she ran one of the faster miles. She injected a 5 minutes, 11-second mile there. And Paula Radcliffe really is now chasing a time. But there's an awful long way to go. Things do change in a marathon. Paula's gone very, very quickly. She's challenged her fitness. She clearly knows and has prepared extremely well for this event. And all the ideas about running in a race instead of running a time trial, well, they were discarded very, very early on. Paula was always anxious to get the pace going, always keen to be pressing along with the pacemakers, and now in the position where she loves to be. And the men's race, still a big group, back at the 7-mile mark, as Paula Radcliffe held through 15 miles. Be interesting to see her time at 15 miles. And the men are running more of a controlled race with such talent in that field. They're all running together. They're even let the pacemakers go ahead.
Well, I can see the winner from last year, Evans Ruto. He's a very quiet man, Evans Ruto. Spent some time in his company the other night, and his coach, Dieter, and the two of them are very confident about his ability to defend his title. He's doing a good job so far, also doing a good job wearing number 11. being in that second group, being paced, if you like. Wearing 5 on the other side is Baldini, the Olympic champion, wearing number 11, John Brown of Great Britain. John Brown running a nice, easy race at this point, right where he wants to be, right on the pace that he wants to be running. So things going well for John Brown at this still very early stage. There's Evans Ruto. Martin Lell, you can see in the background, former world half marathon champion. Paul Tergat is there. He's just sensing the danger of Ruto being with the pacemakers, but none of these athletes are going to do what Paula Radcliffe did. They won't push past the pacemakers. They're not even pushing them on. Brandon was just mentioning to you earlier on about how Paula runs alongside them, pushes the pacemakers on, but the men don't do that at all. They run behind them, they let them dictate the pace. They're not trying to make it go any quicker, just happy to run a couple of yards behind.
When you see the field there, I'm not surprised they're all running in a group. The men's race, tactics of the coaches are always very similar. They all talk about getting to the halfway point in a controlled manner, getting to the halfway point, trying to feel as comfortable and getting there in a steady manner with even splits. It's easier to do it like that. It's more comfortable to do it like that. And when you get to the halfway point in a marathon, there's clearly an awful long way to go, and things do change so dramatically in the marathons. If you look at that shot, you'll see that this year's colour running vest, Steve, is white.
It is, you're right, popular colour this year.
The youngest girls in the Adidas Mini Marathon, they started off at Southwark Bridge a little while ago, and they're coming down the mall now. Holly McGurk was the winner of the girls' race. Some walking, some jogging, and some running very, very hard. And good to see, and like we saw with the winner of the senior girls' race a little while ago, the times are pretty useful too. Just over 16 minutes. Great moment for that youngster.
Well, we've been getting some texts in, and one of the texts we've just had in is you're talking about the times that the runners are running. Ask the motorbike cameraman, how many miles per hour is that? Well, I don't know how many miles an hour it is. I think it might be about 11.
Nearly 12, actually, isn't it? We're running if you're running 5-minute miling, you'd be doing 12 miles an hour, wouldn't you? And they're just outside that.
I only said that so you could correct me, Steve, make you look clever on the telly.
Oh dear, we don't get a chance to look clever that often, do we? And if you don't know what 12 miles an hour is like, if you went out in the street, you just go and try and run 100 yards at this sort of pace, and give you some indication of how fast they're running. Come on, Paula, they're shouting from the side of the street. Now what?
And how quick would you have to run 100 metres to know you're running at that pace, Steve?
About 15 miles an hour.
Tully wasn't that clever.
Konstantina Dieter just dropping the arms, trying to stay relaxed. She's run a very good race so far, and after her win in Chicago, has elevated herself into the world's top marathon exponents. Knows that Paula Radcliffe is a long way ahead, but if she falters, if she starts to fade, if she starts to tire, no evidence of that so far, but if she did, she'll be waiting and trying to close down on the gap. She'll have no indication at all there, really, unless Peter Elliott can speak a little bit of Romanian. I don't think so. There's no indication of where Radcliffe is. Just trying to run very much her own race now, almost as though she was in the lead of the race, and just trying to stay confident and push on. And I have a feeling that Konstantina Dieter will be heading towards the World Championships and the marathon in Helsinki. No news, of course, with no idea really. I think Paula would like, that would be her main choice if everything went well, to go to Helsinki and finally win a gold medal at the major championships. Athens still very much a sore point. She said she's tried to put it behind her, of course she has, but it always leaves a scar until you can erase it with another performance. She's doing part of that today. Winning London by no means will rectify what happened in Athens, not at all. However, you have to rebuild and start to move on. So Paula being cheered on, still going well, and in second place Konstantina Dieter chasing behind at least a minute or so behind at this particular point.
Well, we're just looking at some of the mile splits. And Paula Radcliffe has run the last 3 miles in 5 minutes 11, 5 minutes 12 and 5 minutes 14. And apart from the early part of the course, which is slightly downhill, that's the fastest 3 miles split in the whole race. So Paula Radcliffe is getting to halfway. She's even running faster. And remember, the course has been changed this year. It's much more user-friendly. And we look down the field. 2 minutes behind is Konstantina Dieter, running a fabulous race. And some of these other athletes, if you look at Paula Radcliffe operating around 2 hours 16 pace, some of these others, Susan Chepkamai, KO, Benita Johnson, running very, very well indeed.
And just off that leaderboard in 11th place at halfway was Liz Yelling, but starting to slow down. Liz Yelling's just maybe paying for going off a little bit too quick. She went through halfway 1 hour 14 and 41, so struggling to hang on to that sub 2:30 pace. We'll keep bringing you news of that. She's being chased by Mara Yamuchi, Debbie Mason, Michelle Lee, the other British athletes, hoping for places in the World Championships and indeed the Commonwealth Games next March. Seems a long way away, but for marathon runners a year is not a very long time, so they'll be hoping English, Scottish and Welsh runners trying to get qualifying marks to compete in the Commonwealth Games.
Still a big group in the men's race. I'm looking in amongst them. They're dashing across from side to side to get their drinks, but I can see Henrik Ramala alongside a former winner El Muaziz. Paul Turgat is with them. Last year's winner Evans Ruto is there, and the 2 pacemakers doing a fine job. But this elite field, the competitive elite field, have decided they're just going to ignore the pacemakers, and they're going to do their own job. And there's the second group, number 11 in the white vest, John Brown of Great Britain, alongside the Olympic champion Stefano Boldini. And I think this is a wise move by John. He's just staying close to Boldini. He's just off the pace. The pacemakers there, Martin O'Dowd, Great Britain, doing a good job too. In the black vest, he's one of our Olympic representatives in the marathon, which just shows you the caliber of athlete you need to be a pacemaker even. But there's John Brown, there's Stefano Boldini. Those two, he's in great company there. John's prepared, as he said the other day, this is one of the best preparations he's ever had for a marathon. And hopefully that means he can translate it into times. He's translated it into performances before with his 2 4th place in the Olympic Games. Let's hope he can translate it into a time today as the 2 pacemakers continue relentlessly. And no one in that leading group wants to be anywhere near them. They're just watching one another. 46 minutes of running behind them. Long, long way to go. A lot of great athletes are going to be dropped off here. And whilst you're watching this elite race, we'll give you in a few minutes' time, we'll give you some information about entry details for some other big events coming up. So if you want to get a pen and pencil ready, don't know why we always say pen and pencil, because pens are much easier to find in our house than pencils, but if you get a pen ready with a piece of paper, we'll give you some information in a few minutes' time, some interesting information about some big events that are happening. And once the London Marathon is underway, the big events begin to fill up. People say, well, if they can run a marathon, I can run a half marathon or a 10-mile race. Korea, the 2nd fastest marathon runner of all time there in the white vest.
So the leading wheelchairs still going strongly here, and it's the Mexican former champion Saul Mendoza who's in 1st place. Tusha Patel being followed by his training partner and friend David Weir, of course, Paralympic silver medalist. So 2 Britons, Ian, in the top 3.
And if we keep on going at this pace, I think we've got a very good chance of a winner here. It depends what Mendoza and people like Adams are actually going to do in the later parts of the races. But the places where Mendoza couldn't really make a break is, I think they've gone now. We'll see where we can go with it. I think we'll stand a good chance here.
Well, if it does come down to a sprint finish, one of the men I would fancy in there is the guy who's currently in 3rd place, David Weir. But Jeff Adams, the Canadian, is a fantastic sprinter too, isn't he?
Yeah, David Weir actually comes back from the Paralympic in Athens with he's got the Paralympic record in the 100 metres, getting a silver medal there, fantastic push. 200 metres, bronze medal. Adams is very much more middle distance, 400 metres, but in the marathon you actually need speed at the start of the race to cover the brakes and in the sprint finish. So as well as endurance, you actually need pure speed as well. The sprint finish is going to be 25 miles an hour.
Well, that is a little way away, but one thing is for sure, it is definitely going to be a superb finish. And now I think we can give you the answers to the quiz that the boys gave you just a little while ago.
Joyce Smith won in 1981 and 1982. Veronique Marot won in 1989. And of course Liz McColgan in 1996. And somebody called Paula Radcliffe in 2002 and 2003. So there have been 4 altogether. Well, these are the athletes, I'm going to call them athletes, at Cutty Sark. Going well, looking good, on a wonderful day.
I got grabbed at the London Marathon exhibition.
It's nice.
By a gentleman who said, if you call us fun runners, we're going to fine you £10 every time you say it. And I think we've resisted that temptation so far. But there are some great stories to be told. This is just around about the 6-mile mark. As I was saying earlier, Cutty Sark, of course, that received a Heritage Lottery Fund recently for its refurbishment. And although the massed ranks are coming round the Cutty Sark now, those the number of runners coming round there will get bigger and bigger over the next hour.
They will indeed. Thank you for sending your answers in. Some of you were wrong, quite obviously. We'll have another couple of questions for you as the morning, afternoon progresses, but I don't think it's of concern, but we're just noting there 5:12, 5:14, 5:15, 5:16, Brendan. A little bit slow each mile, but still looking good, still looking strong.
Well, Paula's come into this race from that sad disappointment that she suffered in Athens. She then came back, won in New York, and then went on a preparation in Albuquerque in America for this race. Had a warm-up 10-kilometer race, which wasn't as good as she'd had in the past, but she's clearly coming to this race full of confidence. And the confidence you get from training, the confidence she gets from running the miles, the confidence she gets from running time trials in training has now translated to a confidence on the roads. And Paula Radcliffe's got to the halfway point, begun to pick up the pace. So there's clearly no doubts in her mind about her fitness. There's clearly no doubts in Paula's mind about running a fast time. But she's working extremely hard here now through the Dockland area. She's challenged herself. She's challenged the record. She hasn't settled down and just tried to win this race, as she did say in the press conferences before the event. She doesn't like doing that. She really might talk about it in leading up to a race, but she really has difficulty in translating that into a race practice. She's here running very fast, working extremely hard, now going into the area where the marathon really begins to hurt. She's beginning to dig deep, and Paula Radcliffe, whatever you say about Paula Radcliffe, she's extremely brave, she's extremely positive, and she's an extremely aggressive front runner. She's here where she wants to be, but now 1 hour 36 behind her. She's heading for around 2 hours 16, 2 hours 17, so she really is in her 18th mile here, now coming up towards the 20-mile point, and she'll definitely begin to suffer in these late stages. And you notice a few corners there, but the road surface is smooth. The cobbles, which we've got used to over the years, have been removed from the marathon. And in a marathon, you go through good feelings, you go through bad feelings. And Paula, I just look at it closely, just sense that she's going through a little bit of a bad patch, but she has got the courage, she has got the strength, but her head's beginning to bob, she's beginning to blow a bit hard. She's looking for a drink at the next station. She got that successfully, and now she's in an area in the marathon at the pace that only she's previously run at.
Well, this is the Canary Wharf area Brendan was saying, which has been added on, if you like. There are a couple of sort of little switchbacks through this area, through these streets, but they're good streets, a few little turns backwards and forwards to make sure we get the proper distance. She's just approaching the 30-kilometer point there. Those mats you see across there, they will give us the exact time, the chip that all the athletes wear, and will tell us, well, it was around 1:37.5. Well, there you go, 1:37.27. Now that is spot on around the 2:17 mark exactly. However, she is slowing slightly, but let's put that into context. If she were to run 2:17, that's 2 minutes faster than she ran in 2002, almost 2 minutes faster. That's the record that she's aiming for. And remember how excited we were when she ran that time in 2002. Paula Radcliffe, still the only athlete, still the only woman who can run this sort of pace in the marathon. Nobody else going to get anywhere near. Yes, it's going to be tough over these last few miles, and this is where she's really got to hold it together. The head's just starting to bob a little bit. She's suffering much more than she was 3 or 4 miles ago, but that's what happens. It comes with the territory. You're into the last 6 or 7 miles now. She knows that she's just got to get her head down and keep pushing on. Yes, the miles might get a couple of seconds slower, but she's still going well. She's still looking strong. Let's hope that the training is there. The commitment undoubtedly will be there, but the next 2-3 miles will tell us whether she's judged this one right or not. There's the second-placed athlete, Konstantina Dieter, now. As she approaches the 30-kilometre point, then we'll be able to tell you exactly what the gap is. And anything within a minute or so, if Paula were to falter, you'd have to falter pretty badly over 6 miles, but you can make up 10 seconds a mile in the last few miles, and if anything goes horribly wrong, certainly the last couple of miles, you start slowing down to a 5:25, 5:30, something like that, and someone else is running 5:15s, then that gap can close pretty quickly. But at the moment, things looking good for Paula Radcliffe. Dieter takes her drink, and it's about another 100 yards, and she turns here till that 30-kilometre split, and to be honest, the gap is well over 2 minutes. Let's just see. She looks at her own watch. I love it how they just don't trust the technology, do they? There's a great picture of Liz McColgan crossing the line. Remember when she got beat by Joyce Chepchumba? Still stopping her watch, as we see Paula pushing away, striding away. There you see Konstantina Dieter, 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Well, something would have to go drastically wrong here for Paula Radcliffe to lose that lead.
But things do change in marathons, and clearly they change in the late stages. Messages coming in. Well, I know what Paula has for breakfast. She has bananas and porridge and honey. Lots of runners have varying things, but they're always cereal based, they're always carbohydrate based. And there's Paula Radcliffe. That mile, 5 minutes and 23, so Paula Radcliffe was struggling there. However, there was a little bit of a switch back. It wasn't exactly the same, but that is the slowest mile that she's run so far, and she's still working very hard. The next couple of miles will tell you.
Well, you said, Brendan, that was quite a slow part of the course there. They're now out of Canary Wharf, or coming off Canary Wharf, and now it's pretty straight run now towards the finish. They head back towards where they've come from along the highway there. Well, she might see the elite men coming in the opposite direction. She may not, depends on the difference there, but then they leave that part of the course past the Tower of London on their left-hand side onto the embankment eventually, and then she'll be able to see the sights ahead of her, Big Ben. The London Eye will be there as well. On the left-hand side you can see then the right-hand turn into Birdcage Walk down towards Buckingham Palace and the finish. So that mile time, 5:23, was that because they had 8 turns to make actually in that little... I know that we might sort of... people may not understand it, but even those turns just take half a second or so off, so it does slow you down a little bit, so let's not get too concerned. Dieter was almost 2.5 minutes behind, and that really will be, I think, the measure. We'll have to have a look at it, whether that gap is closing rather than is it just Paula Radcliffe who's slowing down. I think this was always likely to happen, always likely that that first 5 kilometre would start to take its toll. Margaret Akayo still hanging on to 3rd place. Chepkamai still hanging on to 4th. But we'll be watching for the likes of Benita Johnson and others moving through. I can tell you that the second British athlete is no longer Liz Yelling. Mara Yamochi has now moved ahead of Liz Yelling, who's paying for setting off perhaps a little bit too quickly, although I think she'll be disappointed not to be running sub 2:30 pace anymore. So Yamochi heading for a sub 2:30 clocking at the moment, is the second British athlete. We're thinking about 10th or 11th place.
Well, we're looking at the 2 Kenyans. Last year's winner, Margaret Akayo. They're both now over 3 minutes behind Paula Radcliffe. But they're going to get together pretty soon, I'm sure, and they're going to run together, and that could be helpful to Chep Kamai in a KO. Remember, Chep Kamai ran that fantastic race in New York with Paula Radcliffe. She's run against Paula Radcliffe many, many times in her career, and incidentally, that started off in 1992 when Paula Radcliffe won the World Junior Cross Country Championships in Boston, and Susan Chep Kamai was behind her that day. And there's Paula Radcliffe. I'm very interested in the mile time now, approaching 20 miles. Paula's working hard. She's she's 2 minutes clear of the field, but she's going through a little bit of a bad patch. Her last mile of 5:23, that was the slowest mile in the race so far, and you can see what's ahead of them. They head straight along, parallel to the river, then along the embankment, and then in the last mile, past Buckingham Palace and into the mile, the bit she'll be hoping. She approaches very quickly, but this is a tough moment in the marathon for Paula Radcliffe. She's been here before, she's been this quick before, she's worked this hard before many, many times. She knows what it's all about, and you've got to admire her bravery. She struck out, she could have just settled in that group. She talked about trying just to win this race, but clearly on her mind was to win it in an outstanding time. She's heading for an outstanding time so far. This mile split will tell us a little bit. 5:23, the last one, and the next one we're looking at, I just wonder. 20 miles coming up there, I think it is. That was that's 5 minutes 11. So she went through a little bit of a bad patch in the switchback, and then suddenly the slowest mile in the marathon was followed by one of the fastest miles that she's run so far. 5 minutes 11, so she's clearly through a bad patch. She's at 20 miles. And she's well on her way now. And if the next mile gets tough, she'll dig deep again. She's certainly got that talent and that ability.
Well, all of the ability in the men's race still very much to the fore as they cross Tower Bridge. The two pacemakers, they look so easy, don't they? Just to tell you a little story, Sammy Correa's in that leading group. When Sammy Correa, there he is, he's actually in third place. Sammy Correa had to pacemake in Berlin and ended up running the whole race, was beaten by 1 second by Paul Tergat. Tergat broke the world record, and Correa was just 1 second behind. I'm not saying it's going to happen today, but the quality, it just underlines the quality of the athletes who have to set the pace. As we go through the names, El Muaziz, former winner, Harib, the world champion, and Jenga up there as well. El Muaziz, who's won this race, of course, a couple of occasions before. John Brown, still to the fore as well. Just trying to see exactly how far he is. They're split into two groups now. In that leading group of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 athletes. Ramallah just having a move out to the side to have a look behind. I wonder if he knows the answer of this question. How many Britons have won the men's race then? There were 4 women. How many have won the men's race? You're gonna have to go back in your history books or in the depths of your memory to search them out. Of course, we had a lot of success in the early years, which really did underline the success of the event. I think the impact in the early years of the London Marathon and British marathon running was phenomenal. We sadly struggled to match that since, with the exception of John Brown. So how many Britons have won? Text us again, 81111. Want to give any clues away, Brendan?
Just that one of my club mates, Gated Harriers, a few years ago won it, finished first and second that year, actually.
He did, and he's working today for BBC Radio. And there's also another clue. Mike Grattan is also working on our interactive service as we have a look at where they head again. They may well see Paula Radcliffe. Of course, they will see Paula Radcliffe heading in the opposite direction. Paula approaching the 21-mile mark there. That's where they split through down towards the Isle of Dogs. 16 miles, 17 miles. This is where the people come through from Greenwich. If they've been watching at Cuddy Sark, they might well dip across the river to get a view of the elite athletes passing through here, and then into that what has proved to be a slow mile between 18 and 19 in all those switchbacks there through the Canary Wharf area. But that's yet to come for them. A few miles ahead, Evans Ruto, last year's winner, very much to the fore. Sammy Courier tracking him as he did last year. And of course the changes in the course, the reason why we've got those switchbacks are partly because the two leaders, Evans Ruto and Sammy Courier, fell last year on the wet area on the tiles, not so much the cobbles around the Tower Hotel, the little chicane they had to go around, they fell, and that was part of the reason, a big part of the reason. In fact, not so much the cobblestones, it was the tiles that they ran through there in wet conditions were pretty dangerous. So halfway point, I think, for the men. So I made that, what, 63.20. There's the splits through 13.451. Well, the pace slightly erratic, but I think they've been doing a pretty good job there. And 63.20, well, that's just perhaps a tad slower than 1 or 2 might have liked, but I think to be expected. But I think the second half is going to be quicker.
So Tower Hill now, the place where the lead wheelchairs are coming through. And actually, that group has just about been together ever since Cutty Sark at around 6 miles. But it's still looking pretty good for British athletes there, with David Weir and Tusha Patel in the white and the red helmet there, tucked in at about 4th place.
Yeah, we've actually got a couple of French and an Austrian in the pack as well. And maybe we shouldn't mention the French too much as we build up towards the Olympic bid. But Sol Mendoza, again, still looking pretty strong. As we move further forward then, we'll be looking for people to, again, pick their man for the finish. And it's going to be very important to be in a good position for the finish.
The Tower of London, one of the major sites, and of course they used to go on the cobbles down at the river, between the river and the tower. This time they'll come by on the near side, if you like. They will still get a wonderful view of the Tower of London. I'm not sure Paula will be that bothered, to be perfectly honest, but she's now approaching the 21-mile point, 5:11 the previous mile, and we're going to, well, she should have gone through, to be honest, 21 miles. Maybe that was it there. Let's have a look. 5:24. It's odd, Bren, isn't it? We've just seen a 5:11, and well, she's certainly working hard. Maybe just slightly uphill at this point, but 5:24 again. Look at that. It's not really what you want to see.
Well, we're looking at Paula Radcliffe there, the 21st mile, the slowest of the race so far. She's clearly slowing a little bit, but I'm not sure that always these intermediate times are 100% accurate. Sometimes the mile signs are out a bit, but there we are, one of the big races coming up later this summer. Sunday the 4th of September, 5k race, one in London, one in Birmingham, one in Liverpool, the Hydroactive Women's Challenge. It's another event organised by the London Marathon team, and there's the number, 0207. 902-0210. That's the number to call for the Hydroactive Women's Challenge.
That one's on September the 4th. If you fancy going a little bit further, just before the Olympic bid is announced, London trying to show itself off in all its glory. The British 10k London Run, there are still places available for that on the 3rd of July. Just Paula Radcliffe's just, I think, I'm not sure what happened there, whether she fell or slipped, or is it cramp? Let's just see if we can have another look at that, just while we're on that caption there. Paula Radcliffe, out the corner of my eye, just stopped, and, well, this... Let's see here, slowing. Going to the side of the road. Well, without being too indelicate about that, Brendan, I'm not sure she's in too many problems as far as her hamstrings or cramp is concerned. Marathon runners, when they're out there, have to make stops for all sorts of reasons. Well, hopefully she's able to push on and keep her pace going. Let's get back to what we were talking about before. The 3rd of July and the British 10k London Run. There's the number 0871 2003 708. And before that, we're just going up in distance. The Uber Great Manchester Run, not that much in distance, to be honest. It's the same 10k. Haile Gebrselassie will be there, and Baldini, the Olympic champion. Entries are full, I'm afraid, but we just want to flag it up for you. It'll be on BBC Two 4:30, and we'd love to see the people of Manchester out supporting that one. 22nd of May, and yes, going a little bit further, it's the 25th Bupa Great North Run this year, the 18th of September. I'm sorry, all entries are now full. If you don't have one now, well, I'm sorry, you'll have to wait for next year. But again, coverage, of course, on BBC TV and radio. Looking forward to that one very much on the 18th of September. Well, Paula Radcliffe, after that unscheduled stop, back into her running and approaching 22 miles with Constantina Dieter. Well, I think she's slowing as well, to be honest. She's run a good race, Constantina Dieter, but really not making any inroads into the lead of Paula Radcliffe, and just will be trying to concentrate on her own race now. She's finished third last year. You can see she's trying to drop her arms. This is a tough part of the race. I know that for those who aren't running at this sort of pace, they think that the elite athletes just somehow get round and just keep pushing on and it's all very easy, but this is a really hard part of the race. They've committed themselves. They've set off knowing that they have a time in their mind, and that this is where it's won and lost. If the training has been right, if the preparation has been right, you get through these miles and then you get to the last one or two and find you can lift yourself a little bit. But these are the hard miles between 21 and 24 where the legs have gone dead, the knees aren't coming up as much, you're starting to run out of the energy, and you really are just trying to maintain a rhythm, really. That's what you're trying to do. You might be slowing imperceptibly, but if you can maintain a rhythm, then you should be okay. And I think Paula's managing to do that pretty well at the moment. And Constantina Dieter, the two of them well ahead of their respectively chasing athletes. So the last few miles start to beckon for Radcliffe and Constantina Dieter. After 35k, Paula 1:54.07, and for the first time, well, because of that stop, has slipped outside the 2:17 clocking that we were looking at, and I think really was the benchmark for Paula. I really think that's what she was looking to do, and there is the last mile, 5:27. I presume that's for Paula Radcliffe, and obviously she had that stop in there, so that's not too bad, to be honest. She did stop for what, maybe 10 seconds or so. So don't read too much into that. That 22nd mile with that stop would have been, or without the stop, would have been about 5:15 or so. So hopefully still looking good, still pushing on. And I think another couple of miles at this sort of pace and she'll have the time in the bag. She's certainly got the race in the bag as far as I'm concerned. And I guess the only question as to whether Constantina Dieter is catching, but I don't think she is.
Well, only Paula Radcliffe has ever run faster than this. So the second fastest marathon runner of all time, Catherine Ndereba, whose best time of 2 hours, 18 minutes and 47 seconds. Paula's run faster than that twice before, and she looks as though she's on her way to add this one to make it the 3 fastest marathons of all time. And clearly, when it comes to running fast marathons, she's in a world of her own there. She's so aggressive, so positive, so powerful. She reacts to every situation. She could have had an easy one. She could have stayed with the pack and then tried to run away from them, but she can't do that. She always wants to be challenging the records, challenging herself. And she talked about the time when she came here, 1985, 20 years ago, and watched Ingrid Christensen win the marathon in a world record time. She said, I said to her father, I want to go down there and do that. And I just hope there's some kids here today who are watching Paula Radcliffe, getting some inspiration, and in 20 years' time they may tell us the story that I came and watched Paula Radcliffe. 2 minutes and 58 seconds ahead of Dieter, and Paula Radcliffe, she clearly is an inspiration. She's getting fantastic support. She works for it, she needs it. And Peter Elliott's with a group there. Peter, can you tell us what your view from now?
Yep, okay. Yeah, here we are, right at the front with Paula, and I have to say the atmosphere and the noise here is absolutely deafening. Obviously we've got the men on one side of the dual carriageway and Paula running here solidly, but that said, the noise and the atmosphere is tremendous. You know, the people have really come out in support of Paula Radcliffe here today. Really is tremendous to see, even the men on the other side of the carriageway encouraging her along.
Peter, I don't know if you can hear me, but it looks to me as though after that little unscheduled stop that Paula's picked it up again. Or maybe Peter can't hear me, there's so much noise down there, so much support, as he said. So Paula Radcliffe, to me, looks as though she's really moving well again. They are passing each other, the elite men and the elite women. Paula Radcliffe now approaching Tower Bridge, if you like, from the Isle of Dogs side. She'll be able to see the Tower of London shortly. She's watching the lead contenders in the men's race disappearing as they approach. In fact, I can see some of them applauding there and cheering her on. She really looks as though she's moving well to me now, and maybe she was suffering a little bit and needed to make that stop, and now has really picked it up. Look at the crowds down there. Fantastic scenes. Wonderful support for Paula Radcliffe. She'll be loving this. She really will be loving this. If you're feeling good now, as I think she is, and this support really will lift her.
And after this, you know, you can't believe that any British athlete would ever want to run a marathon anywhere else. This is the place to run your marathons. Look at the crowds. They're 3 and 4 deep there. This is what they came to see. They read all about it in the papers. They watched her in the Olympic Games. They all shared her disappointment. A lot of people came, watched her run again in New York and were delighted with the comeback. And here she is. She delivers all the time, Paula Radcliffe. She certainly tries to. She certainly tries to give a performance. A lot of athletes would have settled down, but she's going after it. 2 minutes and 58 seconds clear.
Well, here we go with the elite wheelchair competitors coming into the mile, and for the very first time in this race there has been a break, and it is the defending champion and Paralympic 1500-meter champion Saul Mendoza of Mexico, who's absolutely broken the field apart. Ian,
that's an exceptional kick. He must have, again, on the straight bits, he's really gone for it. Fantastic. He's going to be coming through the line. They're outside the course record this year. I was expecting, because we dropped the cobbles around the Tower of London, that we'd be going for a fast time, but it's been really good to see a good pack of wheelchair racers racing together. In second place is Jeff Adams from Canada, and this sprint is really going to be for third place.
well, watch for the wheelchairs coming round the corner next into the mile, because hopefully it could be a Briton, either Tusha Patel or David Weir. We'll update you about that in just a moment. But it's Saul Mendoza, the Mexican Sportsman of the Year last year, who wins the London Marathon again. He went off course last year at Cutty Sark, put it right and won it. And Jeff Adams, another former Olympic Paralympic champion, coming through into third place. Now who is coming through here? It's David Weir, just ahead of his training partner Tusha Patel, I think. We'll confirm all of those details, but Ian Thompson is giving me the thumbs up. So David Weir, the Briton, has come through to snatch that third place from his friend and training partner. They all train down at Kingston upon Thames, and he gets a podium finish in the Flora London Marathon. But it's Saul Mendoza who wins it. 1 hour 36 and 3 seconds for the Mexican, just ahead of Jeff Adams, and the Britons there in third and fourth place.
Well, the men still in that group together. We've got Sammy Correa, Paul Tergat, Evans Ruto has just tucked in behind. Martin Leller's in there also, and the pace has just picked up slightly. We've had a 4:42 and a 4:45 for the last 2 miles. They've gone through 15 now. But no action really yet in this men's race to break up those leading contenders. There's confirmation of that 4:45 for the previous mile, but still a lot of racing to be done there. Konstantina Dieter herself receiving the acclaim of the crowds in the Tower Hill region. She'll see the Tower of London as she turns now. Tower of London is on her left-hand side. This is where the change in the course is, really, from having to run on those cobbles. And yes, as I said, it was changed primarily because of the fall last year, but the cobbles were always a little bit of an extra drain on the legs just when you didn't want them between 22, 23 miles. When she comes to this corner, There's a slight downhill section as they head down to the embankment, and know that just over 3 miles to go, not far.
And I think she's 3 miles away from a new Romanian record, which she's really keen on. The record's held by Lydia Simon, 2 hours and 22 minutes, and Constantina Dita is running close to 2 hours and 20 minutes. So Constantina Dita looks as though she's tiring a little bit now, which is not surprising. She's run a very strong mid-race. But Lydia Simon, the Olympic silver medalist, holds that Romanian record, which Constantina Dita is so desperate to try and break. She's getting good support, but she's nearly 3 minutes behind the leader. She'll appreciate this, and it's very well deserved. There's third place in the women's race. That's Susan Chepkamai, the runner who challenged Paula Radcliffe in New York in spring, in autumn, I mean, and thought in spring here in London she could challenge her even more so. And in the distance behind her, I just saw the figure of Margaret Akeo, last year's winner. So the first four: Radcliffe, Dita, Chepkamai, Akeo. We haven't seen Petrova, but she's 6.5 minutes, nearly 7 minutes behind. Benita Johnson, and then Sonia O'Sullivan. So the first 8 are there on the screen, and Paula is well clear of the chasing group, and I think chasing is not the right word for it anymore. They're now just trying to survive this marathon. A couple of miles left for these athletes, and it's a tired Susan Chepkamai, who I think was dragged into Paula Radcliffe's pace in the early stages, and probably beginning to pay a little bit for that. But they've read about Chepkamai, they've heard about her, they saw her running against Paula Radcliffe. There's last year's winner in the white vest in the distance, and Susan Chepkamai in third place, and then Margaret Akeo, who last year was enjoying the applause of the crowd as she came to win this marathon. She dropped out of the Athens Marathon and was trying to re-establish herself here today, but she'll be a little bit disappointed with this performance. She too was dragged into Paula Radcliffe's race and is beginning to pay the price for it. And as we look overhead, the underpass, Blackfriars underpass alongside the River Thames. Paula Radcliffe is underneath there, and when she comes out of that quiet area, considering herself running a time only she has ever run faster than, and knowing Paula, she'll be chasing it now in the late stages. She won't give up, she won't cruise into victory, she'll try and work at it. And there, Paula Radcliffe beginning, looking at the lead cars there, they're coming out of the underpass, and there, what's ahead of her? The embankment, the Houses of Parliament. Still a fair way to go along the riverbank, Buckingham Palace, and the welcome sight of the Mall. And it will be a welcome sight today. And Paula Radcliffe, hopefully in a few minutes' time, will be enjoying it. 5:11 for the last mile. So she went through a little bit of a bad patch. She then had a toilet stop, relieved herself, and then pressed on. And now she's really running fast again. 5 minutes, 11 seconds for that mile.
I think that's significant, Brendan. She really is pushing on in this stage. And I think when Paula, this to me was the bit of the race I wanted to watch. This is the bit I wanted to find out whether, you know, all these questions about whether Paula was back in shape. And the evidence so far is that it is, because she's really pushing things on. And we're looking a bit further back down the field into 5th place. It had been Benita Johnson, but that's certainly not her. Is it Petrova, is it? It is Petrova indeed, who's, well, she's a very experienced athlete, Petrova, and one or two of the others who were ahead of, including Benita Johnson, seem to have faded away slightly, and Joyce Chepchumba had been ahead of her as well. So Petrova making her way through the field nicely. That often happens, though, because the more experienced athletes, even though they're now perhaps past their best and not going as quick as they used to, they still know how to conduct themselves across the 26 miles and will pick off those who, perhaps with a little less experience and perhaps more ability at the moment, but have not quite got their judgment right. Is that Benita Johnson there? I think it may well be. Indeed it is. So Benita Johnson, well, she's still going well though, and well, you can see there the knees aren't coming up much at all. She's shuffling along a little bit. I think she's starting to suffer, and I think at this stage of her career, perhaps the marathon is maybe a little bit far for Benita Johnson.
And so the runners, this record entry into the Flora London Marathon, they're still coming thick and fast, but this is miles back from the athletes that we've just been watching. And they certainly are coming in all shapes and sizes. 6.5 miles around the famous Cutty Sark, and they'll be coming around there for quite some time to come.
Well, news of the men's race is that the pacemakers have stepped aside as such, and we've got Martin Lell tipped to run very well here. He has not yet produced a good marathon, Martin Lell, and he really should do, and this could be the day that he's going to do it. Sammy Correa, Paul Tergat, Evans Ruto, Ramallah, they're all still there. So the big names, the ones we expected, to be perfectly honest, right in that group 5 men, and they're all capable of staying with this pace because it hasn't really gone silly at any point here. 4:52. The previous mile they had 2 4:45s, and I'm still waiting for the big break to be made. This is good news. John Brown going well with the Olympic champion Stefano Baldini, not too far behind, but this is where John would expect to be, and at this stage of the race this is good. He's going well, John judging his pace very well indeed.
The Olympic champion, and now Paula Radcliffe, the athlete who went to the Olympic Games with so many hopes and had a disastrous time in Athens, but she's coming back from it. She's certainly recovered from it physically. She's now running a time which is going to be the 2nd fastest marathon of all time. She's run the fastest here in London a couple of years ago. She's heading for around 2 hours and 16 and a half minutes. The 2nd fastest person over the marathon is Catherine Undereba, whose best time is 2 hours 18 minutes, and Paula Radcliffe's going to be fully 2 minutes faster than any other woman has run before. But she's working for it. She's gone through a bad patch, she's recovered from that bad patch, and knowing Paula, she's not going to run 24 miles and then slow down. She's going to work all the way to the finish. And this young woman came here 20 years ago and was inspired by Ingrid Christensen doing the very same thing as this, setting a world record in London. After today's performance, Paula Radcliffe will hold the 3 fastest marathons of all time. There are very, very few athletes who ever, in any event, hold the 3 fastest performances and best performances in any single event. And this is a remarkable young woman, one who does her own thing. She listens to a few people and then just decides what. They talk race plans, they talk tactics. She does press conferences where she says, today I'm going to change, I'm going to run slightly differently, I'm just going to race. And then when the gun goes, Paula Radcliffe goes back to a normal mode, which is aggressive front running. It's trying to run as fast as she can, trying to run other people into the ground, and she's done that today to Konstantina Dita, who's fully 3 minutes behind her. She's run a good race too. She looks as though she's on her way to a personal best time, maybe even a Romanian record, and that would be a pretty good performance from Konstantina Dita, considering that the Olympic silver medalist Lydia Simon holds that record. But she's run cautiously, she set off gradually and slowly, and she's worked her way through into 2nd place.
The 5:19 mile, Paula Radcliffe has just gone through 25, just 1.2 miles to go, and this has been another superlative performance, really only operating in the areas Brendan said that she herself can do. Nobody else can get anywhere near this sort of running. And I know that that 2:15 mark, that 2:15.25 she ran in 2003 is really out there, but this performance will rank alongside it for other reasons. I think everything that's gone on in the last 12 months for Paula has meant that it's been a long slog to get here in more ways than one, but the crowd enjoying seeing Paula Radcliffe back running the way that we know she can. And Brendan was on about her racing. This is what she terms as racing. It's racing very much against herself, and I think her view is that, well, I don't need, if the pack want to run with me, that's fine, but this is how fast I'm going to run. 5:19 for that mile means that we're still heading for something very close to this 2:17 mark, maybe 2:17.20, something like that. It really will depend on how she can pick herself up, how much the crowd can perhaps lift her in this last mile or so. And I'm not saying that she can sit back and enjoy this. She won't, as Brendan said. She'll keep the foot down, she'll keep pushing. She'll be looking to run as fast as she possibly can. And I know it's perhaps slightly confusing to when we talk about the different records. This is a women's only race. The fastest anyone has run in a women's only race is 2 hours 18:56. She's going to be well inside that, at least a minute and a half, I would think, inside that. But if we remember, if you possibly can, her second marathon in Chicago, when I must admit we were all astounded when she ran just outside 2 hours 17 and 18 seconds. And on that day we thought that was something just phenomenal that we weren't sure we were going to see again. Well, here she is, after everything that's happened in the last year or so, running at that level again, and how good it is to see. Constantina Dita, as Brendan said, we're going through 40 kilometres. We'll get a check on how far behind she is. I'm not sure she's going to get under that elusive 2:20, which is, you know, the real benchmark. Only a few women have done that so far, but she certainly has that Romanian record within her sights, perhaps looking around the 2:21 mark. But for Paula, the finish starts to beckon now, and I'm sure she must be enjoying, somewhere in the back of her mind, what the crowd are doing here, lifting her, cheering her, as she starts to catch sight through the trees as she enters Birdcage Walk of Buckingham Palace, and then that turn to the finish.
Great athletes come back from great disappointments and prove that they're resilient and strong and capable of producing performances. We've seen that in many events in track and field athletics.
Yes,
and in the marathon it's even tougher because of the mental time you're out there, the suffering you have to go through. And now it looks like her running in New York last autumn was a wise way to recover from that disappointment in Athens. Her winter's training has gone well. She's clearly come here in exceptional form. Her world record of 2 hours 15 minutes may never be beaten for an awful long time unless she does it herself. But here she is running one of the fastest marathons of all time in the place she loves to do it, in London, with crowds like I've never seen before supporting her. And when you think about it, Chris Brasher, who with John Disley had the dream of the London Marathon, and in its 25th running, would be absolutely delighted to see Britain's favourite athlete, maybe one of Britain's favourite sports people overall, coming along the mile, or coming towards the mile, working so hard, 4.5 minutes clear of anyone else, not slowing down, not relaxing, not taking the time to appreciate the cheers of the crowd, because Paula's got the clock in mind. She's got the time in mind. She knows what she wants to do. She came here, ignored any critics she had, and just did what she does best, which is follow pacemakers and then set off in pursuit. She loves being on her own at the front. I had a chuckle during the week when she said she was going to run a race today instead of a time trial, because she really probably had never had any intentions of doing that. She knew what she wanted to do. And look at these people here, look at these crowds here, look at these young supporters for Paula Radcliffe. And hopefully, and I know she'd want to do this, she'd want to inspire some of these to do what she's doing, what she does best, running along Birdcage Walk before they go into the mile, enjoying the moment if that's possible. It's been a tough one, it's been a hard one. She had a crisis point in the later stages which she handled extremely well, and now the mileage, the suffering, the pain of all the training that she's done for this, running time, whatever the time is, it's well clear of what anybody else has run before apart from Paula Radcliffe. And there along the top, look at those crowds. I've never seen them as busy as this, and how blessed they were today in this 25th running with the weather. They're 2:16:34 with 385 yards to go, so it's going to be just over 2:17. And I know Steve Cram, sitting next to me, will particularly enjoy this. He's been very helpful to Paula over the last few months, and I know Paula does appreciate that.
Well, I'm not sure she'll ever go back to Athens, Brendan, but I think these crowds are so pleased that she chose to come back to London in its 25th year. A fantastic sight as Paula Radcliffe enters the mile, the finish just ahead of her. It's been a tough few months for her. What happened in Athens is now behind. She now can start to look forward, because once more Paula Radcliffe has shown she is the best marathon runner in the world by a long way, by a long stretch. She's going to win her 3rd London Marathon, much to everybody's joy. Paula Radcliffe well and truly back on top form. 2:17.41. Only Paula Radcliffe has ever run faster than that. She breaks the record for the women's only race, the third fastest race she's ever run in her life. And we said, will we see a smile? I'm sure she will. Well done, Paula Radcliffe. Back to her best. She'll enjoy these moments now. It's never easy. It's always hard, even for somebody as good as her. All of those miles, as Brendan was saying, all of the heartache, all of the tears, now put behind her. She can start to look forward, I hope, start to plan for championships to come, start to plan, I hope, for gold medals to come. Perhaps not world records, but she's taken another world best here today, and certainly, Brendan, I think that was a really, really good performance.
Well, fancy telling her she's got to go and plan the next race. Surely she's got a few minutes to enjoy this one.
Give her a day or two. She might have a couple of days off.
She should have a couple of days off. That was an absolutely phenomenal performance. I spoke to Dave Bedford the other night, and he said in the London Marathon, when the first runner comes around the corner, into the finishing straight, into the mile, then I know the race organisation has worked, and I know that we've had a good event. And here we are with a beautiful day in London, the 25th running of the London Marathon, and today an event that Chris Brasher would have been extremely proud. The Flora London Marathon, a hug from her husband Gary, and the moments of doubt that set in after Athens are now, I'm sure, have been lifted completely. A fantastic performance by Paula Radcliffe. Gary's done a fantastic job getting her ready, helping her get ready for this one, and you couldn't wish for a better sight. Paula Radcliffe winning by minutes in the mile, and the sight on a beautiful day in London, down the mile, Buckingham Palace. And we're looking at Konstantina Dieter in second place, running a very fine race by her own standards. We'll have to work out how quick she's going, but that is a good run in second place.
Well, just ahead of Dieter, a group of 3 wheelchair athletes, and it's young Shelley Woods, just 18 years old, who's just ahead of the defending champion, the Italian Francesca Porcelato. The third athlete in that group is Andrew Cheek, who's obviously some way back in the men's competition, but they're heading up towards a sprint finish now for the women's title. So it's head down and arms pumping now. We saw what a great finish it was in the men's race, where of course Saul Mendoza outsprinted everybody over the last quarter mile or so. Andrew Cheek on the right-hand side of the screen. Porcelato now beginning to make her presence felt. But what a superb performance here by Shelley Woods.
This is actually Shelley's first marathon. She's done a 1:54 in the Great North Run last year, but this is the first attempt at this distance. And Francesca's making the break now. I think she's trying to get away. Francesca's really the sprinter in this race. She was second behind Tani in the Athens 100 metres. And it looks as though Shelley's probably conceded there against the superior speed there. But Shelley, fantastic performance. She's been doing a lot of work on technique, a lot of work on speed, and a lot of work on her endurance. And again, at only 18 years, that looks like the future of women's racing.
So here comes Francesca Porcelato making the last turn over the course of 26.2 miles. And she's not letting Andrew Cheek in with a shout here, is she? She's a great sprinter, very gracious in defeat when Tanni Grey-Thompson beat her on the track in Athens, and now heading towards a hat-trick of victories in the Flora London Marathon. But a superb performance, as we were just saying, by Shelley Woods at 18 years old. A marvellous experience for her. She is the lady in the wheelchair there, the most distant from the finish line. But it's Porcelato who will take her third consecutive victory. Andrew Cheek just on the right-hand side there. So the battle of the sexes, but all eyes at the moment on Francesca Porcelato. Victory number 3 in the Flora London Marathon, and a great moment for young Shelley Woods.
Konstantina Dieter turning into the mile as Heather Small's voice rings out. Well, what have you done today to make yourself feel proud? Well, she is going to be approaching the personal best. She's going to be perhaps just outside it. She's going to really try and keep pushing on here. After everything she's done, she wouldn't want to lose that. 1 hour 23:35. She's going to be well inside it, to be honest. She's only got about 100 meters to go. She's going to be inside 2 hours and 23. If she does 2:22:54, it's a new Romanian record. She's inside it. Constantina Dita, second place, and the new Romanian record. Well done to her. Reward. She had to suffer in the last 2 miles or so, but as I said, just rewards for her for an excellent performance. And we can see how much that's taken out of her. Constantina Dita, third last year, second this year. Susan Chepkemei in third place. Now this is a solid performance from Susan Chepkemei. You get this from her every time. She is one of the most consistent performers in the world marathon stage. She looked as though she'd got it wrong early on, went off too fast, I think. Suffered, dropped back to about 5th place, but then picked up again as Margaret Akayo started to fade. And Chepkemei rewarded with a 3rd place. Another solid performance. Of course, she had that wonderful race with Paula in New York in November. So Chepkemei of Kenya taking 3rd spot. Around about a minute or so outside her personal best, but a good performance nonetheless. Her pace judgment all over the place today, she'll know that. And she's, I think, capable of certainly a couple of minutes faster than 2:23 if she ran a more circumspect race. Margaret Akayo, the winner in 2004, has had to take lesser place today, but 4th nonetheless. She is still one of the best marathon runners in the world, Akayo. She committed herself. She went with Paula Radcliffe in the early stages. I think she was aware that perhaps that would be a little bit too quick for her. In fact, she told her manager when she heard how fast Paula was running, she said, "Why didn't you put me in Boston instead?" And perhaps she was right. But 4th place, she's held it together quite well, to be honest, because she was fading at one point and was starting to come under pressure from not only Chepkemei, and then I'm not sure how far behind Petrova is behind her, but Akayo kept it going solidly. Another one to drop out in Athens, a huge disappointment for her, and she may well be seen at the World Championships in the summer after this performance. But the athlete who, of course, the newspapers will be full of, we've followed all the way around, the person who steals all the headlines once more was Paula Radcliffe, and Paula is now with Sue.
Yes, and it's lovely. Paula comes over and says, "How are you?" But more importantly, Paula, we want to know, how are you?
I'm all right now, thank you. I think I've got to apologise to the nation for having to stop like that, but I was losing 10 seconds every time my stomach was cramping, so I just thought, you know, I'm going to have to stop and just I can probably go quicker than I can in, but I didn't know how far I was ahead at any point because the crowd was so loud, but nobody was shouting out any sort of gaps to me, so I just thought, have I got time to stop, have I not? And I just had to stop.
Yeah, well, it certainly was a worrying time for everyone. I think everyone wondered, you know, how would you pick up from that, but how were you feeling at that point?
Well, I was annoyed because I was feeling good, and I went through the first half feeling great and thought, I can run hard in the second half. It was a lot windier today than it was last time I ran here, but I was having to handle that on my own, but I felt okay. It was just that my stomach got so bad, and I was thinking, similar to problems I'd had in Athens, only luckily the rest of me felt good, and I knew there was no danger of me being glycogen depleted again, so I wasn't worried about that. I just thought, if I stop, then I'll be rid of the cramps and I'll be able to concentrate on running properly.
And towards the end, I mean, how much was it about obviously winning, but also about breaking the record?
I think it was about winning to me, really, and sort of proving, because a lot of people think, after what happened in Athens, I'm never going to be the same again. I had a bad run in Athens because I was injured and then I was glycogen depleted and I just didn't have anything in my legs. My mind pushed my body as far as it would go. Today, my body was strong to go with my mind, and no, I'm happy. I mean, obviously I would have liked to have run a PB, but I ran a good fast time in the conditions, so I'm happy with it.
You're too hard on yourself. Brendan said you should have at least 2 days off after that.
I'm having at least 3 weeks off, I'll tell him that.
Well, I think he's heard you. But also, you mentioned there Athens. I mean, how difficult was it then coming here with all the expectation and all the reaction celebration after Athens?
See, everybody says that to me, but it wasn't, because it's totally different. I came into this race with no worries about my preparation, about whether my body was going to be okay. I think in the build-up to Athens, I was almost trying to fool myself that I would be okay. And even I was chatting to Liz Yelling yesterday, and we were just sat in having a coffee. And I said, you know, I'm totally different. She said, you know, you look totally different. She said, you could just tell that subconsciously you knew everything was wrong in Athens.
Well, I mean, you say that, but I mean, weren't you aware of the expectation, particularly of the fans lining the streets so wanting you to do well?
Yeah, but that's a good thing, and when an arm in shape, that's fine. It wasn't anything to do with expectation in Athens, it was just that it pushed my body as far as it would go, and it couldn't go any further.
Well, it was a fantastic time, and Susan Chepkemai sort of kept with you early on, but you asked the questions early, and she dropped back.
Yeah, no, I felt good early on, and I thought we'll just keep it relaxed and then pick up the second half. I'm not sure I like running it that way round. It seems to be a little bit more uphill than the other way round, but that must be a little bit psychological as well. But the crowd was much better, I think, because we used to go up and down the same side of the road. It was so loud there. I was almost dizzy from the noise of it. So, no, the crowd was amazing, really good, and thank you so much for all the support out there.
Oh, well done to you. We thoroughly enjoyed it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, you wouldn't think she just ran 26.2 miles, and if she turns over her shoulder, she'll be able to see one-time rival on the track, I guess, Sonia O'Sullivan, completing her race very close to the 2.5 hour mark. That's what she wanted. Here's the Sonia O'Sullivan sprint. Is she going to do it? Ooh, 2:29, yes. Well, Sonia will be pleased. A little smile there. She still managed to muster a sprint finish. Old habits die hard. Benita Johnson, incidentally, has already crossed the line in, I think, around about 2:26. And you may have seen Tanni Gray-Thompson crossing in third place, Paul, in the wheelchair.
Yeah, she did. She just finished some way back. She went through a bad patch earlier on in the race, but finished behind Francesca Porcelato and her teammate, young Shelley Woods. But there is the result, a great result for Paula Radcliffe.
Well, we'll give the proper times for those other athletes there. 2:17.42 for Paula Radcliffe. Excellent performance, really top class, top notch, and we're seeing a great race in the men's race. Well, you know, in 2003 when Paula Radcliffe ran that world record, I think one of the great races ever was almost eclipsed by that, when we had 5 men sprinting into the home straight of the mile together. And are we going to see something similar here? We've got 6 men today, and you can see the recent splits there. It's slow, it's cagey. They've been watching each other. Nothing too sensational happening. Martin Lell in the front. Paul Tergat is there. We've got Sami Correa. We've got Harib. And we've got Ruto is just at the back, the man who won the race last year, and Henrik Ramala in the group as well. So really, you couldn't, there's nobody missing. I guess Baldini further back. We know that Baldini's running with John Brown a little bit further back from these, and John Brown incidentally going very well indeed. Certainly looking as though he's going to get a personal best if he can hold it together in the latter stages. But Brendan, you wouldn't want to predict what's going to happen here, would you?
No, the only thing you might predict is that somebody in a white vest might win it.
You do stick your neck out, don't you? Why, you know, when you're in this situation, is it just a case of them all starting to think, well, I think I can nick this at the end? I think Paul Tergat would probably think that. I'm not sure about Ruto, but is that why we're seeing this? Surely one of them has got to think, well, and look around in this group and think, well, I'm feeling okay, maybe I should start to move this along.
Well, somebody will eventually break out from this group, and usually at this stage, when the first one that breaks out doesn't often win the race, but there's some talent there. The 2 fastest marathon runners of all time, Paul Tergat and Correa, the 2 Kenyans, the world champion for the marathon, Harib of Morocco, just behind them. Last year's winner, Evans Ruto, who's never lost a marathon.
Well, Bren, this is Mara Yamuchi, who is the 2nd British woman and is going to run a big personal best here. Well, congratulations to her. Will be inside the qualification for the Commonwealth. And Mara was the top-ranked British athlete at the World Cross Country Championships and has continued that good form into the London Marathon. That's a big personal best for her. Congratulations, the 2nd British woman to cross the line. I'm not sure what's happened to Liz Yelling, but Liz faded rather. Mara run a very, very well-judged race and rewarded with a personal best. And in the men's race, Brown, this is good running from John Brown, running with the Olympic champion. This was his race tactic, I think. He thought Baldini might be the man to follow, the one who would judge the pace well, and it's certainly borne out by evidence of what we're seeing here.
This is a great run by John Brown. World-class runners around him, the Olympic champion right next to him. And these two, he'd get some good support from the crowd there. John Brown, 4th in the Olympic Games in Sydney, 4th in the Olympic Games in Athens. A little bit of a disappointment, really, overall. Well, you remember the question we asked earlier about British men who'd won the elite race? Well, here's the answer to that. We've had a lot of texts in giving the answers, but the answers to that coming up on the screen.
Well, Hugh Jones was the first to win in 1982, a great race, running 2:09. Mike Grattan, perhaps a surprise winner, Mike Grattan in 1983. Charlie Speddon-Brendan from Gateshead Harriers. It was a great time for British marathon running.
Steve Jones, who was the world record holder for the marathon. Fantastic performance by the Welshman. And then the Scotsman, Alistair Hutton, who just ran away from the field. And Eamon Martin was a shock to many, but the British record holder for 10,000 metres was fantastic that day. And as we look at the British record holder for 10,000 metres, we look at the former world record holder for 10,000 metres, Paul Turgat, running against the former world half marathon champion, Martin Lell from Kenya, Henrik Ramala just next to them, who won the New York Marathon. And these three just put a burst in. Lell just injected a bit of pace there, and the world champion Harib from Morocco has just drifted off the back. And surprisingly, Evans Ruto, the man who's never lost a marathon, he's won 3 marathons, last year's winner, and he's just faded away a little bit there.
Well, I think one of you got that right on the text messages that were going across. As I see, Tekla Leroux coming through to finish. And Tekla, well, she's recently started to show some signs of some of her old form. She seems to have been around for so long, still only, what, 31 years of age, something like that. So Tekla performing pretty well once more, but Mari Yamuchi will be so pleased to have finished ahead of such a big name in world distance running. So Tekla Leroux just inside 2:35, the next to finish. Well, just in case you weren't sure about that answer, there were 6 men who have won the men's race, and Haley Haining, who's just coming in now. There were reports that she was going to run well, and I think she was trying to avoid some of the press during the week, said I don't want people to start talking about me as a good prospect, but she's run a very good race here, and it's good to see the women doing so well. If only we had more of the women coming through. I think some of them would like to be running a little bit quicker, but 2:35 is a very respectable time indeed. And Haley Haining, I think that pretty much will put her into the Commonwealth Games team. Of course, the home nation's looking for selection using the London Marathon, and Scotland could well have just picked their first marathon runner for the Commonwealth Games.
Well, we're looking at the men's lead race now, and suddenly from a group of 6 it was down to a group of 4, and now the world record holder Paul Turgat is in trouble. He's dropped away from that leading group, pace being injected by his countryman Martin Lell, then Harib, the world champion, then Henrik Ramala in 3rd place, and then suddenly the gap has opened, and Paul Turgat, the man who disappointed in Athens, he finished 10th in the men's Olympic marathon. He was expected to win the race and he wasn't able to go near it, and suddenly the great Paul Turgat, the man who's held world records for 10,000 meters, fastest ever half marathon runner, fastest ever marathon runner, and this time he looks like he's not going to be in the first 3, as his teammate, coached by the same coach, Gabriela Rosa, Martin Lell, now suddenly strikes out, and Henrik Ramala from South Africa, Harib from Morocco, he's faded away too. So suddenly Martin Lell has injected some significant pace here. Has he gone too early, or is this a well-judged effort to try and win the men's race? Martin Lell, former world half marathon champion, now running truly like a sprinter down there, just that slight decline, and look at his acceleration, look at this cadence. This will clearly be the fastest mile. 4:56 for that one, but the next one will probably be even quicker.
I'm a little surprised, I have to say, Brenda, that it's only been at this point that the race has started to take off. Not as surprised about Martin Lell as perhaps some pundits might be, because there's been a lot of talk about he was due to run as well as this. He's only got a best of around 2:10, which is silly, really, to be honest, given his pedigree, and he really had to come good one day, and perhaps the fact that the pace hasn't been silly, he's kept in contact, his confidence is going. Look at him, he's looking behind his own to say, I can't believe this is happening here, I'm just running freely, I'm moving away from all of these big names. He wasn't one of the favourites, obviously, but he's moved away very nicely at this point, and well, that's his big bid to try and win this. He's only got 3 miles or so to go, and that lead is getting bigger with every stride at the moment. Well, following the men's race, Peter Elliott was following the women's race, but Richard Naroka perhaps can give us a little bit more detail about what's been happening. Richard.
Well, John Brown is in about 8th position. He's about 1 minute and 20 seconds down on the leaders, and he's moving through. So John's been having a superb race, running with the Olympic champion Baldini. But the race is now just between the two Kenyans, Martin Lell at the front of the field, and Ramala, and Paul Tergat is in 4th place. I'm right alongside him now. He's about 100 metres back from the leaders.
Thank you, Richard. Well, the leader is Martin Lell, just about grabs that water, so much to the delight of whoever it was who handed it to him. Now Harib looks to be trying to close that gap. Harib, the world champion, who, well, he surprised everybody in Paris, didn't he, when he won that race? He wasn't one of the favourites at all, but ran a brilliant race on that day. To be honest, I think it's still one of the fastest, if not the fastest, summer marathon. Of course, most quick marathons run in the autumn and in the spring. We'll be in Helsinki this year, which should throw up pretty good conditions for marathon running, you would think. Certainly nothing that Athens could throw at us, but Martin Lell pushing on, and he's anxious about looking behind, but at the moment he's going away. He's the one in control of this, if he's judged this right. And of course, as I said, still 2.5 miles to go, and with someone like Harib behind him, then you can never be too sure. But Harib perhaps letting this gap grow too quickly, and once more Martin Lell looking behind. He looks good at the moment though, just trying to push away, establish a gap, and then try and settle and hope that that will do it for him. Can't believe Peter Elliott is waving as people as he goes past. Was that Peter?
Didn't recognise him in the crash helmet, to be honest. But Martin Lell really has injected some pace here, and he's opened those gaps, and look how fast he's going. You can just judge by the cadence how quickly his legs are flowing, because they were running marathon pace, and suddenly, as he goes into the underpass at Blackfriars, he's into there first. He's got a decent gap ahead of Harib, the world champion, and then when they go through Blackfriars, they come along the embankment, and the crowds and the animation of the crowds, as we saw when Paula Radcliffe was running along there, is absolutely incredible. But what a spring day in London. How blessed they've been with the weather for the 25th running of the marathon. A competitive men's race, a solo performance by Paula Radcliffe, and London looking at its very, very best today.
Well, just a couple of minutes ago, a couple of the other British athletes crossed the line. Debbie Mason ran well, formerly Debbie Robinson, and Jennifer Tipton there, and Liz Yelling was struggling really badly in the latter stages. It's a shame, because Liz is capable, I think, of running a very good marathon, certainly something in the 2:26, 2:27 range. She went off at that sort of pace today, but well, something hasn't gone well in terms of preparations, and she's really suffering there. But she's finished it. And Liz will come back on a better day, you would think. But it's good to see so many of the British athletes at least getting up there, getting involved in this race, and certainly from a women's perspective, every chance of us starting to pull through one or two other good marathoners. But Liz has had a tough day today, 2:37. Talk about that Sun Ying-ji, and really, I don't know what's happened to her today. I just do not understand why she perseveres with this. I think she's a reluctant marathon runner, Brendan. I think she talks about, she loves the track. I think the coaches in China tend to think that this is her event, but she's not comfortable at all. She should be a lot better than this.
She's run an awful lot of marathons though for such a young athlete. She's clearly class on the track, but this is a very disappointing performance. She was one of the few athletes who've run under 2:20 for a marathon, and here she is over 20 minutes slower than she's run before. So that's a disappointing performance from her. It really is. Sun Yingji of China. We expected a lot more from her today. As we look at the men's leader, Martin Lel from Kenya, still continuing to run strong, now enjoying the crowd support. 4:38 for that mile. He looked as though he was almost sprinting, but look at that, that's 10,000 meter pace towards the end of a marathon. That's why the gaps have opened. That's why Paul Tergat couldn't live with it. That's why the world champion Harib couldn't live with it. And now Martin Lel, he's worked extremely hard in that single mile. He's opened up a strong, big lead. He's now along the embankment. He's got about 10 minutes of running left, and that shouldn't be a problem for an athlete of his caliber. Previous winner of the New York Marathon, previous world half marathon champion, one of the athletes who, coached by the famous Italian coach Gabriella Rosa, who coaches Paul Tergat and Margaret Akeo, and has coached some outstanding athletes in the past. Once again, Dr. Gabriella Rosa has done the business, and this time it's for Martin Lel, probably his second string marathon runner, or even his third string marathon runner. But I told you the winner would have a white vest on, didn't I, Steve?
I love you. You know, whenever we have those little bets, and you always come out with silly comments like that, you know. You didn't tip him to win, though, did you, beforehand? I don't think any of us did we? But he may well have done. And at the moment, he looks a good bet, doesn't he? That 4:38 was almost imperceptible. That's always what's sort of striking. You can almost, you know, when Paula really pushes on, you can see when she's pushing on. This guy just looks nice and relaxed and moving away. We're going to try and give you an indication of how things are going behind. Obviously, Harib chasing down, which John Brown is still going very well with Baldini as far as we're aware, in about 8th position. So the winning time is much slower than we'd anticipated, and I think really you need somebody in the race. There wasn't this year anyone who, you know, when they get to halfway goes, right, okay, I've got to try and win this by running quick in the second half. I'm not sure there was anybody in that lead group today who was really of that sort of caliber, and that's why we've ended up with a slow race. And perhaps Martin Lel's confidence just grew and grew and grew to the point at which he then made the push, and for whatever reason the others weren't able to respond. But I'm surprised that Tergat wasn't able to go particular. Evans Ruto, his coach was telling me he was in such great form. He's not interested in championships, just gets himself ready for big city marathons. He's got that one wrong today as well. It's Martin Lel who's taken everyone by surprise, and the slow time, I think, or slowish by, you know, in respect of what we're expecting, will be a bit of a surprise to some. But for Martin Lel, a big breakthrough. He's won New York a couple of years ago, but never run this fast. And another man who's perhaps heading for a personal best is John Brown. There he is, still with the Olympic champion. Wouldn't he have loved to have been in this position in Athens? He ran brilliantly anyway. He just finished 20 seconds outside of the medals or so in Athens. And John, well, as Brendan said, never gets the credit he deserves. He's been 4th in the Commonwealth Games, 4th in the European Championships. He's finished 4th in London before, 4th in the Olympics twice. You've got a feel for him, haven't you? His day's got to come. I just hope John can really keep it together one day, get some reward at a championship and get a medal. He's heading today, I think, for a personal best, Brendan, which would be excellent performance.
Well, let's hope John can get a personal best. It's great that we've got a world-class male distance runner at the marathon. We haven't got many other distance runners apart from Paula Radcliffe and John Brown, who can run the long way, the long distance of the marathon of the 10,000 meters. But John, the British record holder for 10,000 meters, moving up to the marathon in recent years, and now matching stride for stride with the Olympic champion Stefano Baldini. His personal best time, 2 hours, 9 minutes and 44 seconds. Baldini, who's very strong in the last mile, he always is, he's always extremely powerful. He always can drive to the finish, and I just wonder how quick they can run today. Martin Lel looks comfortable with a 14 second lead over Harib, the world champion. Hendrik Ramala, the New York winner, in 3rd place, and that's a bit of a surprising result so far. Those 3 were probably favoured, but not to be finishing 1, 2 and 3, and I wonder if things are going to change in the late stages. Moaziz, 1 minute and 14 seconds behind, and John Brown along the embankment running well. some of the big names who went with the pace are fading away. There's Paul Tergat, the world record holder for the marathon, having a really tough time. There's the Olympic champion, Stefano Baldini. And there's John Brown in the wake of the Olympic champion, and now closing down on the world record holder for the marathon, Paul Tergat. Well, John will be given a real boost when he comes past Paul Tergat, a man who they all respect for his prowess over the years at every distance from 5 and 10,000 meters on up. But there's Baldini, passes Tergat, the Olympic champion, passes the world champion, sorry, the world record holder, and John Brown once again just behind Baldini, passing the world record holder, Paul Tergat. So he's running well now, John. He just can hang on to Baldini, his best time of 2 hours, 9 minutes and 44 seconds. He's about 2 minutes behind the leader, so John could be a personal best today.
Well, it's always difficult to judge how they'll cope with the last 2 kilometres, Brendan, but if John keeps the sort of pace he's going now, he'll be very close to 2 hours and 9 minutes. He'd love to get under 2 hours and 9. There's only been Steve Jones, Charlie Spedding, Richard Naroka and Paul Evans have got under that time. And John Brown's best 2 hours 9:44. I think that's within his grasp, but he will want to hang on to the shirt tails of Baldini because he's moving through nicely. John just clicked his watch as he went through there, and he's just a couple of yards behind Baldini. He's got to really try and hang on to him because Baldini's doing what he always does, surging. And the last mile or so, they've taken in Paul Tergat. I think it may well be Elmo Aziz who's just ahead of them now. So he's moving through all the time into the top 6 shortly for John Brown. Well, and a personal best beckoning as well, we hope. Baldini looks to see him just behind him.
John's been coached by many years by George Gandhi from Loughborough University, and George has done a great job keeping John going over the years. We're looking at the lead time of the splits, but after the 4:38 mile, Martin Lell clearly slowed down, and he's now just settling down, anticipating what lies ahead of him. This is what lies ahead of him. It's the mile, and then Richard Naroka, who's on the lead bike, is going to tell us what he thinks about John Brown's position.
Well, John Brown's in 6th position, chasing Baldini, who's in 5th. They've just gone through 25 miles in 2 hours, 3 minutes and 17 seconds. So I think if John can run this next mile in about 5 minutes, he's going to be well within his personal best of 2 hours, 9 minutes, 44 seconds.
Well, I think John may have actually heard you there, Richard. You shout in his ear what time he's got to run, and I'm sure it'll help him.
He's just trying to hang on to the Olympic champion Baldini as they turn round the corner into Birdcage Walk. But I
think they just went through a red light there, can't believe it. Anyway, Martin Lell in Birdcage Walk, the leader, well clear, and his first London Marathon win beckons. You can just see him right in the distance there, well, in the mid-distance if you like. The bikes all around him. He's got Harib still chasing him down, but he's not going to catch him now. Martin Lell clear, a 15-second or so lead. Maybe he lost a couple of seconds of that, but for the 26-year-old, his personal best of 2:10 is going to get blown out of the water here. It's going to be something around the 2:7 mark. So at last he produces a world-class time that many people have well known he was capable of, just haven't really seen the evidence of it. He's run well at half marathons. He did win New York, Brendan, but this really underlines his ability, and I guess he judged it right today.
He certainly has judged it right. Stayed with the pace. The pace wasn't exceptionally quick, and Martin Lell obviously favoured his shorter distance, enjoying the support of the crowd there. He's missed the, almost missed the turn. My goodness, just shows you when you're deep in that concentration mode. You know, he wasn't watching the bike led him around the outside, and he almost missed it. He nearly was off into Hyde Park if he kept going that way. But there, Martin Lell going to run a very fast time here, but he's running competitively. He's won it well, and he's won it judging it perfectly. And as he comes into the mile, he'll get some tremendous support. London looking at its best, the supporters at their very best. Biggest numbers I've seen in the London Marathon. The 25th running, and this fantastic event, the Flora London Marathon, gets stronger and stronger and better, and athletes from all around the world respond to it. None better today than Martin Lell.
The legs were just getting a little bit tired, but Martin Lell of Kenya responds with a fabulous sprint finish to excite the crowds here. He'll be able to see the clock, Dave Bedford pushing him across to make sure he goes through the right finish. Martin Lell of Kenya wins the 25th London Marathon in a new personal best. A wonderful performance from him today. Thumbs up, he says. Thank you very much. He judged that absolutely perfectly, made the move at the right time. There were lots of big names behind him and perhaps a few tears from Martin Lell. The world champion, Harib from Morocco, takes second place. It's one of the best runs we've seen from him, and indeed Harib not too far away from his personal best. And very, very tired as he gingerly comes across the finish line, and all eyes shortly will be on the race behind them between Baldini, John Brown, as Henrik Ramala, well, he made a big bid to win London. He won New York in November, maybe a big ask to come back and do them both. He's finished third, though, acquitted himself very well in a slower race than many expected. But Henrik Ramala of South Africa takes third place in this year's Flora London. He, one of the more experienced athletes, and knows he's run well today. Not quite with enough pace to hang on to Lell in the closing stages. And then El Mouaziz, past winner, you always get 100% and a good performance. He loves London.
A very good performance by El Mouaziz as he comes down in fourth place. The man who's won it a couple of times before. And this time, the fourth place position. We're looking down the field, we're waiting for John Brown, his personal best, 2 hours, 9 minutes and 44 seconds. There's El Mouaziz, just over 2:09. Now, can John finish within 45 seconds? There's Baldini, the Olympic champion, and John looks though he's going to shave his personal best. Baldini comes through in fifth place, just over 2 hours, 9 minutes, 9 minutes and 17 seconds, and John Brown, a personal best for him, moves him well up the list of all-time British athletes. But that's a personal best for John Brown, 2 hours, 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Well done, John, and I hope you'll get the credit from that, but that's a creditable performance all round. A very, very good run by John Brown of Great Britain, the man who finished fourth in the Olympic Games last time around. Another good, strong, solid performance, a world-class performance by John Brown.
Well, on the day you can only run as fast as those around you, and he got himself involved in that race. I think ran a perfect race. His plan was to follow Baldini, the Olympic champion. He did that. He was rewarded with a personal best in sixth place, as Brendan said, with many big names behind him. So John Brown can hold his head up high once more. Well, the athletes will start to come through quicker and faster as the 2:10 mark has passed. And we're still not through the top 10. Paul Tergat really must have faded badly in the latter stages. And as that clock starts to tick on, of course, some of the other British athletes, there's Paul Tergat, he really is moving slowly. And, well, he's either really good or he gets it quite wrong. Such a great athlete, Paul Tergat, 5 times World Cross Country champion, silver medals on the track, World Championships and Olympic Games. He is still the world record holder for the marathon, but it wasn't his day today. Moving very, very slowly in these last 150 yards or so. But he'll be back. He does want to win a major title at the marathon. He does feel he's capable of doing it, but you know, everything has to go right. And I think perhaps the evidence of running a very, very fast Lisbon half marathon 3-4 weeks ago, maybe he tipped the balance a little bit too much the wrong way. He was certainly rewarded with a fast time there, but not today. So Paul Tergat inside 2:12, but he'll be disappointed, very disappointed. Well, in case you have only just joined us, Paula Radcliffe won Perhaps not a surprise, but she won in fine style. 2 hours 17. What was it? 2 hours 17:42 her winning time, and a marvellous win for her. And we've just seen Martin Lell win the men's race.
And they're just coming down the mile in slow procession there. This is Korea of Kenya, the second fastest marathon runner of all time. He'll be extremely disappointed with that performance, and I'm sure just behind him will be a very disappointed Evans Ruto, last year's winner. Both of these athletes running outside 2 hours 12 minutes. Disappointment for Korea, and a bit of a surprise too, and also big disappointment for the man who's never lost a marathon before, and now he comes in a lot worse for wear in 2 hours 12 3/4 minutes. Evans Ruto.
Well, we always look for a story every year, and I think in the men's race perhaps the story is that for whatever reason the big names not performing on the day in the way we would expect, and not even as though they were sort of beaten in a really quick race. They just haven't performed at all. Ruto, Tergat, Korea running, well, 2:12 for them is a poor performance, to be honest. But that's what the marathon is about, the preparations. Even if you think you've got them spot on, if they're just 2-3% off, you haven't got it right, and then on the day, once you get into the race, and then you stay involved as long as you can, and then once the race is gone, once the leaders are away, then, well, they drop off the pace, and that's obviously what's been happening today. But London Marathon still is the one they all want to come and win, the one that they all want to come and run in. London attracted all of the big names to this year's event, 25th anniversary. And we've had a fitting race to celebrate that, particularly in the women's event. Well, we'll try and pick up one or two others as they come in. We'll be looking for one or two of the other British athletes. Antonio Pena just crossing the line. That is, I was just looking down, I'm sure it is indeed Hugh Lobb. Now that is a good performance from him. 2:14:33. That's a minute inside his best. And in 12th position. So he'll be really pleased with that. You could tell as he spread his arms out wide, he's really pleased with his performance there. Well, coming in now, this is Casa Tedessa, also now running for Britain in 13th place. And just over 2 hours and 15 minutes. 13 in, about another 32,000 to go.
Well, the finish is still coming here at the Mall, but let's take a look at the provisional results. First of all, in the men's race, it was won by Martin Lell of Kenya, a fast time with all the big names behind him, including the world champion Harib and the winner of New York, Ramallah. John Brown, a personal best time from him, finishing in 6th place. But the big story, a new women's-only record for Paula Radcliffe, and what a race she produced. A little bit of a worry where she stopped at about 21 miles, but she finished strongly, and as I said, in a new record ahead of Konstantina Dieter, over 4 minutes behind Radcliffe. Susan Chepkamai, who paid early for that early pace, she finished in 3rd place. Well, we're going to turn our attention soon to the fun runners, and if you want to send in your messages of support, if you know anyone who's running, or if they're supporting a charity that you're very much involved in, send in your message either via our website, email us on bbc.co.uk/marathon, or text us on 81111. And from now we're going to put those messages of support on the bottom of the screen as you enjoy the marathon. So we're turning our attention to the thousands and thousands who are out running here, all ages, sizes and shapes. Started the race as strangers, but so many friendships are going to be made along the way. The courageous, the committed and the generous, all running side by side. And as always, we're going to hear their moving stories, and they'll share those with us along the way to our reporters who are all in place along the 26 miles, 385 yards. The first familiar face they'll bump into is Sally Gunnell.
Yes, Sue, and they're all smiling, very cheery this morning. I'm more or less at the halfway mark, 12.5 miles, right under Tower Bridge. What a beautiful sunny day it is, and this is certainly the place to be. And I can't wait to hear their stories.
And we're at the 19-mile mark here in the centre of Canary Wharf, the home of London's 2012 Olympic bid, and a change too to the course, because for the first time the runners are making their way around Canada Square, which means for the first time they'll be running around the base of Europe's tallest building. The water's in abundance, the atmosphere is too. 7 more miles for them to go. They're heading down to the Tower of London. Waiting for them is Phil Jones.
Yes, right here by the Tower of London, which isn't a place for these runners to lose their heads. We're at the 22.5 mile mark, and they need to keep their minds strong while their bodies are getting weak and weary. They're not far from the finish, though.
Well, I'm here with 3 miles to go. Blackfriars is the place to be, I assure you. I've got a wonderful band playing, an enthusiastic crowd, and lots to drink. Everybody seems to be having fun. It's a shame he really has to finish.
Well, of all the wonderful sights the runners see as they make their way around the 26 miles of London streets in this marathon, this surely is the most welcome. Here on the Mall, the finish line, as they cross the line, the clock stops. They'll receive their medals from some of the army of volunteers here, and hopefully 1 or 2 of them will give us a few words and tell us how much they've enjoyed this London Marathon experience.
What great scenes they are. This really is a day like no other. They're all making their way here to the finish line, and great scenes there as thousands of people line the streets to cheer them on. Moving messages we've seen already, and as expected, many congratulations for Paula Radcliffe. What a performance from her earlier on. It's been a busy day here though, because earlier on the closing stages of the course we saw the Adidas mini marathons take place. Now here are some of the results. Now they're open to kids aged 11 to 17 from the 33 London boroughs, all the top county teams, as well as Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland all represented. Some fantastic performances here, particularly from Katie Richardson. And those were the London winners. Here are the counties winners. As I said, all the top counties represented. Adam Hickey, who actually has sponsorship now. Non-Stanford, who has been causing quite a stir in the athletics world. Both winners, the 15 to 17 year category. And the wheelchairs also, we know that David Weir won the mini marathon wheelchair race, as did Shelley Woods. Well, hopefully we'll be seeing these names competing over the 26 miles in a few years. So they were cheered all the way along by proud parents and spectators, and a short time ago I went to meet some of them. Well, here they are, all happy winners today. First of all, Katie, get a comment from you. Now, you won, you're the best in London in your age group then?
Yep, that's right.
And how was it today?
Oh yeah, it was really good. The atmosphere was great. Just felt good.
But you've done this before?
Yep, for the last 4 or 5 years, I think.
And improving all the time, eh?
Yeah. That's right.
Now, standing alongside you, Non-Stanford, now I think Steve Cram said that you have quite a future. You've been all over Athletics Weekly, and a good time today?
Yeah, I was really pleased. The field was strong, so it was brilliant to come and have a good race today. And I really enjoyed it, so...
So what ambitions do you have, Non?
I don't think running the full marathon would be one of them. It's a bit far for me, but definitely, like all athletes, to get to the top of your chosen field and possibly the Olympics.
But what about this atmosphere in front of a big crowd? Did you enjoy that sort of?
Yeah, it was excellent, yeah. It really helps you, they spur you on, so it's brilliant.
OK, and just looking behind you is Adam Hickey. Adam, congratulations to you as well. And, well, you've already represented Great Britain, haven't you?
Yes, at the European cross-country champs and the World Cross just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, so and what was this like today?
Bit different, but...
Bit of pressure for you?
Yeah, indeed. And meeting Matthew Pinson beforehand. It's a bit of inspiration.
Absolutely. And what's your ambitions, Adam?
To go to the Olympics and win in both triathlon and athletics.
Well, you know, why start low down? Head for the top. Good luck to you. And let's just have a brief word with Douglas at the front. How was your time today, Douglas?
Not the best, but I'm glad about the win. It's the first time I've won it, so I'm happy about that.
That's all that counts, you know. It's the winning, it's finishing first, isn't it? Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was the first time I've actually enjoyed the entire race. I was just loving every minute of it. It was a brilliant race.
Have supporters here?
Yeah, my nan apparently cried when she saw me go through the finish, so that was fun.
Oh, well. I bet you're keen to go and see her then.
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
Brilliant. Anyway, congratulations to all of them winners today, and we already heard from Adam, an inspiration talking to Matthew Pinson before the start there, Matthew. It's wonderful to see these youngsters competing at such a high level.
It's great, and I think it's a bit of an illusion to think of it as anything less than the main event. I mean, these guys are athletes. The amount that they're putting in, the amount of preparation, the amount of training. And, you know, some of them just could hardly speak before the start, which I had the feeling I know very well. So I was kind of, you know, I was happy to shake hands and sign a few autographs, but a lot of them, especially the winners, it has to be said, were very focused on what they had to do today.
And I mean, you've obviously competed in front of big crowds, big occasions, and that's what's important for youngsters, to get this sort of atmosphere early on.
Well, they're learning. I mean, this is obviously for them, this is kind of the nursery slopes of a career that's going to take them, we hope, to the highest pinnacles. And if they can get used to performing on an atmosphere like this, then in 2-3 years' time they'll be doing the main marathon or the long full distance, and then, you know, who knows, the world stage, world championships, Olympic games. We need winners in 10 years' time. You know, I'm definitely not doing it. Paula won't be around forever, so we need more heroes to come up.
Well, Adam was saying he's got his heart set on Olympic gold medals. Well, we can't offer him an Olympic gold medal, but you have got some medals, haven't you?
Well, more medals than I've ever had before, so I've better lighten the load somewhat.
We'll let you hand them out. All winners today.
Well done to the youngsters. Matthew Pinson's got a tough job handing out those medals, hasn't he? And he's one of the many celebrities who decided not to run today. They come into the sick, lame or lazy department. These are the ones who've actually decided to get out there and strut their stuff. So we hope we've been able to track them around as they're making their progress. This is apparently where they are. Lorraine Kelly has got somewhere to go, I have to say. Steve Ryder is, well, we heard he had a few injury problems at the start, and he's not yet to cross Tower Bridge. That can't raise at 4 miles. Anyway, they're a little bit further down. So Steve Redgrave is at about 14. Adrian Morehouse going well. Gordon Ramsay, well, he's a good runner, Gordon Ramsay. I know he was a half-decent footballer, but he's a very good runner. But he's not winning the chef's race, is he? Michel Roux just ahead of him at around the 20-mile mark. So that gives you an indication of how some of our celebrities are moving. Oh, Gordon Ramsay just sprinted there. Well done, he covered about 100 metres in a second. Well, we'll keep you updated as to how they're going and obviously try and catch them as they come across the finish line as and when they do.
You look very good. What's this? Nashi.
Nashi, that's it, yeah.
And are you running for charity in this outfit?
Yeah, I'm running for Little Havens Children's Hospice. Fantastic, down in Essex.
And is this your first marathon?
It's my 21st. I'm 21 today.
Fantastic.
21 today, yeah.
And is this as good as ever?
This is the highest it's been. No, it's killing me, but it's lovely. Look at the crowd, it's fantastic, isn't it? And meeting you. Second time we've met, actually.
That's very kind. Will we see you next year? 22?
22 next year, yeah.
Good luck.
Thanks
Brilliant.
very much.
Unafraid, I can go where life leads me. Somehow I know I'll be strong. For once I can touch what my heart used to dream of long before I knew. Oh, someone warm like you would make my dream come true. Yeah, yeah, yeah. For once in my life, I won't let sorrow hurt me. Not like it's hurt me before. For once I have something I know won't desert me. I'm not alone anymore. For once I can say, this is mine, you can't take it. Long as I know I have love, I can make it. For once in my life, I have someone who needs me.
Hiya there, Superman. We always have a Superman in this marathon. That's you today.
There might be a few in front of me today, I think. I'm running for Cancer Macmillan Nurses. It's my 10th and last. I said that after the first one.
Exactly. They always say that. You'll be back.
I'm running for...
Okay, run for Billy.
A month ago. So I'm running through my area down here in London, Docklands, and my friends will be along the highway and the family. God bless Billy's family. God bless. It's the 10th and last is for Bill.
Brilliant. Well done, Dave.
Yes, we are.
Keep going. Mwah.
See you.
Lovely.
And Hugh Love was the second British man.
Well, a little bit earlier on, the elite athletes finished the wheelchair race, and as far as the women's race was concerned, it was 3 times in a row for Francesca Porcelato of Italy. A couple of silvers and a bronze she won in the Paralympics in Athens, but she was a victor here for the third time. Good time as well, 1:57. But then it was a British silver and bronze through Shelley Woods, just 18 years old, and the great dame herself, Tanni Grey-Thompson, in third place. And afterwards, both Shelley and Tanni spoke to Sue Barker.
Well, joining me, Tanni and Shelley. Tanni,
You've got a big smile on your face, but that looked quite tough out there today.
It was okay. It was actually an awful lot better than I expected. My mileage has been a bit up and down the last few months. I haven't had too many good races at the start of the season, so I was kind of pretty pleased. I got dropped about 15.5 miles, and then I was on my own. But it was great, and the crowd support, as always, is just absolutely fantastic out there, and that makes a massive difference.
I know you say you sort of have a love-hate relationship with it. You sort of love it, but it's such hard work.
I love it when I get to 26 miles. I mean, not having the cobbles this year was quite strange as well. I mean, I thought that would be really good, but there's a few more twists and turns, so I'm kind of 50-50 undecided. You know, the cobbles are short and sweet, but you know, it was great. It was a really good day. I'm really pleased.
Because everyone's come to expect so much from you, but realistically, you weren't expecting to win this one, were you?
No, not at all. I'm actually quite pleased to come third. I think that was a bit more of a miracle than anything else. But you know, we've got a lot on this year. We've got World Cup in a month's time, and we've got Europeans at the end of the season. So my sprint training's been going pretty well, and I'm working hard for that. So, but this is just a bonus today.
And what about young Shelley next to you, just 18 years of age, first marathon?
It's great. She's done some great half marathon time. So you know, this for a debut marathon is absolutely fantastic.
Talk about big smiles. That's a big smile. How was that race for you? Your first experience? I know you've won the mini marathon, but this is the first debut in the London Marathon.
Yeah, it is. It's a great race. It was better than I expected, and the last few miles were tough. And I'd heard about the cobbles, and they'd been cut out, but the course was good, and it was a bit twisty-turny, like Tanni said, a few bit into it. So, but I think I was just trying to hold on in the last few miles, and it was a great experience. The crowd all the way, and it was deafening at some points, but it was really good, and I'm pleased to have finished second, really.
You've obviously watched this race, but I mean, did it live up to the expectations?
Well, I've seen it on TV, and I've always seen Tanni come over the line, and I thought, well, I want to do that one day, and it's great to actually be here and just do it. So, and we got sunshine, so what better can we expect? So it was really good.
And finishing ahead of the legends.
It's something to live up to.
What are your ambitions, Shelley?
To make Beijing in 2008. Later on in the season is to qualify for the Europeans, which are in Finland. So I've got a few qualifying comps to do. We've got the Nationals next week, the weekend after next, and also possibly do the Great North Run later on in the year to finish the season off.
It's lovely. So much to look forward to. What about you, Tanni? Back next year? Come on, you're going to, aren't you?
Oh, I don't know. I keep kind of saying yes or no. I mean, I think this is my 14th London, so I kind of probably have to make it 15. Do you know, there is something really special about London that makes it worthwhile. So I think way after I'm actually ever going to be competitive doing it, I'll be doing it when I'm about 80. I'll be here forever.
Well, we'll be watching you forever. Congratulations, both of you. Great race.
Thanks.
Well done indeed. Well, we've been trying to bring you as varied a coverage as we like to and can do, but of course you can always go interactive. We've seen the elite men's and the women's race finish. If you'd like to have another look at the coverage of the mini marathon, you can do that. Or you can just have a look at our live coverage of the finish line, see if you're expecting anyone to cross. If they were in the main race, we're approaching the, 2.5 hour mark. So anybody there who you think should be running in about that time, then you can press your red button and enjoy the finish line.
Yeah. What's up, my people? You know, when I wake up in the morning, love, and the sunlight hurts my eyes, something strange without a warning, love, there's heavy on my mind. Then I look at you, and the world is alright with me. Just one look at you, I know it's gonna be a lovely day.
Gonna be a lovely day, lovely day, lovely day, lovely day,
lovely day,
lovely day, lovely day.
It's
gonna be lovely day, lovely day, lovely day, lovely day.
when the day that lies ahead of me seems impossible to face, when somebody else instead of me always seems to know the way, then I look at you and the world is so right with me. Yeah, just one look at you, and I know it's gonna be a lovely day.
Lovely day, lovely day. Come on, come on. Lovely day, lovely day.
Well, just some of the many marathons that are helped by the people running around today, just going across your screens there, but there is always an official charity, and this year it is Help the Hospice. As you may have seen earlier on, some big sunflowers, that's their sign, and the Help the Hospice's appeal hopes to raise over £2 million this year from the race, and BBC presenter Sue Thurl is just one of their 2,000 runners.
Training for the marathon has been the hardest thing I've ever done, but it's been worth it every step of the way, knowing that what I do will help to make other people's lives a little easier.
It's been like an oasis in the desert.
There is definitely a more informal doctor-patient relationship.
They can tailor things exactly to people's needs.
Everybody who we care for has a serious illness. They all have an illness that's probably not going to get better, but not all our work is terminal. Many of our patients live for months and sometimes years, but we help them make the most of whatever time is left.
Before I came here, I was in a hospital for 3 weeks, and when I came here, it was like moving from Shadowlands into sunshine.
This is inspired by my skydive. It's actually called Freefall, and I think freefall is quite an accurate way of describing sometimes how experiencing cancer can be. There's something about doing a death-defying feat that helps you say, no, I'm not going to be conquered by this.
Hospices across the country rely on the generosity of 100,000 volunteers who give up their time to help out. One volunteer who will also be running the marathon for Help the Hospices is Jenny Hyatt.
A very close friend of mine spent his final days here in the hospice, and coming to visit him, I began to realise what a lovely place it was, and a super atmosphere and fantastic care. And I thought afterwards, I'd really like to do something in terms of time, not just in terms of writing out cheques. It's a very peaceful place, and you realise that there is real dignity, and it makes me think, well, if this is the kind of place that I end my days, then I'm perfectly comfortable about that.
It's absolutely crucial that we're being supported by the marathon this year. Most people don't know that although hospice care is free to all who need it, we only get 25% of our funds from the NHS, which means we need to raise £1.5 million each year to keep going. If patients are well enough, patients really enjoy coming to the hospice for a day, give their carers a break, lots of laughter, lots of jokes, and just relax away from the home. We try and understand what's important for people. Recently we cared for a young mother in her 40s, and the most crucial thing for her was to be able to write letters to her children that they would then have in years to come. So we couldn't save her life, but we could save a bit of her life.
You feel really cared for. It takes such a lot of loneliness away. Yes.
It's about living instead of dying.
Little chat. Hello, you want to have a quick chat here? Not often you see a few firemen on the way over the bridge. How's it going?
Brilliant, yeah, having a good time, yeah. The support's been fantastic. It's really good. And
You're very pleased, aren't you, to take that helmet off? It's a bit hot under there.
Yeah, it's a bit, yeah. It's keeping the sun off, so it's not too bad, so...
And which area are you from?
Kent, Elsham Fire Station, between Canterbury and Dover.
Brilliant. And you're running for Children with Leukemia.
It's our 5th time. We're going to New York in November for the same charity as well. And
Brilliant.
also the Fire Service Benevolent Fund.
And how much are you hoping to raise?
Oh, we haven't got a clue. We're just trying to get as much in as we possibly can.
Lots of money for them. Well done.
All the best. Cheers.
Okay, see you, Gina.
Well, I'm here with two very well-known faces of sport, but actually they're just standing on the runway here. Johnny, let's start with you.
Yeah, I'm proud to be here. I came here last year and watched this. I think it's fantastic. We're sort of near the 24th mile, so there's only a couple to go. Some of these guys are powering on, so I couldn't imagine this. We train short and sharp, and that's bad enough, but these guys have been going for a long time. It's awesome. A lot of them are raising good money as well, so it's great to see.
Well, James, you're on crutches here. I think some of these are going to end up like that very soon. What happened?
I was actually supposed to do the race today, and I fell over about 6 weeks ago and haven't been able to get back in time. But my running partner should be running past any soon, because these guys are around about the 3-hour pace, so keep your eye out for him.
Well, gentlemen, I won't keep you from your fans. Enjoy the day. The sun's shining, and I say I brought that from Wales.
That'd be right.
Thank you.
Yep. Well, hello there, big boys. My gosh, sumo wrestlers.
It's got to be the worst idea I've ever had.
You're really regretting it now.
Oh, it's all right. It's a little warm. Gas mark 4.
Whose idea was it?
That was my fault.
He challenged me to join him for the
He's got to be
race.
super for accepting it.
You're running for different charities here.
We are. Yeah, I'm running for Sense, who help National Deafblind Charity.
And cancer research in memory of Lynn Nugent. So.
Brilliant. Well, roll yourself round. We should do a little stance thing, shouldn't? That's what they do. Ready? Exactly. Off you go. Well done.
Well, a glorious day in London for the 25th running of the London Marathon, and many with still a long way to go, many with lots of stories. Well, we're going to try and have another go at telling you how our celebrities, or some of them, are progressing. Adrian Moorhouse is now at 18 miles, so Steve Redgrove's made up some ground on Adrian Moorhouse, I have to say. Adrian might be better off just swimming, jumping and swimming across through Canary Wharf there. Gordon Ramsay has dropped quite a way back behind. Well, you see, that's confusing. Steve Ryder's going in one direction and Michel Roux in the other direction. They're not actually running side by side. Steve's on his way away from the finish, Michel Roux on his way towards the finish. But lots of celebrities out there today. And it's a big football day today. Apparently somebody's playing in the FA Cup semi-final, Newcastle against Manchester United. And let's not forget that Sunderland are playing Ipswich, of course, top the Championship. But just one other celebrity football story. Eddie Gray is running with his daughter. Eddie Gray, former manager of Leeds United, running also with the physio Dave Hancock, who was Jane Tomlinson's physio. And hello to Jane, I know she's watching, not running anymore. But those three are running to raise money for their former friend and the masseur of Leeds United, Bruce, who unfortunately died of cancer very, very recently. And I know there was a big fundraising dinner at Leeds this week, which Peter Reid and David O'Leary attended, and Alan Smith. I said, so well done to Eddie Gray out there today.
And also running for Cancer Research UK, Sean Maley, number 5569, in memory of his mother, and aiming for under 3 hours. Also running for Help the Hospices, Jonathan Sace, number 39428, trying to beat the time that his brother ran last year in 3 hours 33 minutes. And out there raising money for charities. It's fantastic the way it's going.
And if you were with us when the main race started off from Blackheath, you would have heard us mention the Ron Pickering Memorial Fund, of course, named after our former colleague here at the BBC. And there's a group of youngsters from Nottingham University representing Ed Prickett, a great young athlete who tragically was killed in a road accident in the north of England last year. Hugely missed by his friends, but I think he would have enjoyed this occasion, and hugely missed by United Kingdom athletics. He was a British international athlete himself, so our best wishes to his family and his brother Andrew, who's racing in his memory.
Well, Canary Wharf is now one of the big features of the London Marathon course. And it's had another role to play because, of course, we're just 80 days away from the decision, which will be made in Singapore in July, as to whether London will get to host the 2012 Olympic Games. And the headquarters for the bid is right above Juliet Farrington down there in Canary Wharf.
Here in Canary Wharf, not only are the runners making their way around Canada Square for the first time, they'll also be passing the headquarters for London's Olympic bid, which is located in Europe's tallest building, which is all the way up there. The top floor of One Canada Square is home to the London 2012 team, and it was here that the IOC's Evaluation Commission were briefed during their recent visit to the capital. They couldn't have failed to have been impressed. It provides the most spectacular panoramic views of London and most of the prospective Games venues. The main Olympic Park at Stratford may just be a brownfield site at the moment, but already in place are venues in the Docklands, Greenwich and central London. And if you're lucky, you can even see the new Wembley on a clear day. London and the other 4 candidate cities will discover their fate in Singapore on the 6th of July.
Hello there, can you hear me under there?
Just about, just about.
Well, this looks like the heaviest and the maddest outfit I've seen so far.
It's completely lukewarm.
Lukewarm? Well, yeah, probably very drenched as well. You're obviously doing this for a good cause.
Yes, we are. We're doing it for Action Medical Research.
Right, and hoping to raise money for what in particular?
Well, the charity itself, it just gives money to any areas where they need research for medical conditions.
Well, that sounds like a brilliant... Well, I think Paddington Bear... It is Paddington Bear, isn't it?
Paddington Bear.
Go on off. Go and get your jam sandwiches. That's what they like, isn't they?
Thank you.
Well, they'll be keeping Sally Gunnell busy down there all day, I'm pretty sure, on Tower Bridge. Lots of good stories, and can I just say good luck to Pat Thomas, who's running for Coco, along with Louise Laws and Claire Waters. Tomo's a big Wrexham fan, and he's raised a good few £1,000s today, so thank you very much to him.
And to the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation, led by their team captain, good old Humphrey Walters. He's running his umpteenth marathon here today, along with the likes of a guy that I used to know from my school teaching days, Miles Langdon, a former hammer thrower. Can you believe that? Former hammer thrower running a marathon. But next stop for Humphrey Walters, he's off to Cardiff to give a motivational speech to the British Lions rugby team along with Sir Clive Woodward. So good luck to the JDRF and, of course, to Humphrey.
And also to Rav Singh, number 50564, running for Battersea Dogs Home, as well as number 2194, Ian Hawkins, who's running for Dream Flight, raising £3,500 for a charity whose purpose is to send seriously ill children on a holiday of a lifetime to the United States.
You're going to love this one, lads. You know how Paula likes to have her hair just right? Well, this guy, Lino Carbossieri, did Paula's hair when she won her first London Marathon, and he's got the vest when she broke the world record. A very clever man. He's running his first London Marathon today. Anthea Turner was meant to be running for the Oasis Trust charity, and she persuaded him to run. I think Anthea was twisted an ankle, unable to perform. But Lino, well done, mate. I know you'll still be out there. But if you want to know how Paula got on, she won. Well, apparently we've got an interview with one of the hairdressers out running there. There's 177 of them. Let's hear from him.
Hello, this is my hairdresser, believe it or not.
Hello.
Thank God you didn't have to do my hair before you had to run this. I can't believe you're running this. You are not a runner. Someone's talked you into this, obviously.
Yeah, Anthea Turner.
And then she didn't do it because she'd hurt her leg, didn't she?
Exactly.
I mean, you haven't trained for this.
No.
Why are you here?
So Oasis Trust.
Very good cause. Are you going to get to the end? We're only halfway.
I'm doing it for my dad. It's a year today.
Is it really? Good man. Oh, brilliant. I'm so pleased I've seen you.
Yeah, you see.
Well done. There's a bus down the end. I'm
Paula
sure you can
win it?
jump on the bus. Yeah, Paula won it.
Is she catching me up?
He does Paula's hair as well.
Well done, Paula. I knew you'd do it.
She might come and cheer you on. If you go past it, it's our hotel. Give her away. She'll be back there by now.
Would you sign that next to Kelly Silverton?
Well, thank you for all of your messages so far. We'd love to hear more from you. We're still on air for another hour and 20 minutes or so. 81111 text, or you can go to the website bbc.co.uk/marathon. Anyone you want to say well done to, hello to, or pass on your best wishes to. Well, all of the thousands who are still out there will not know the result of today. Of course, Paula Radcliffe won the women's race. We heard from her earlier on. But now let's hear from the winner of the men's race, Martin Lell.
Martin, congratulations. You must be delighted. A great time.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy for this competition, and also very thankful for inviting me to here in London.
Talk us through the race and your tactics out there.
So far, because I've been training so hard, my coach had tried to teach me how some experience. So now it was my challenge, because I know that this is the very toughest race ever in the world. So I was very ready in order to come and fight for the race.
And it was great to see all those big names behind you, huh?
Okay, so I'm very happy. Though I'm very happy, I was prepared enough to tackle with this race. So I was fearful, because I know that there are more than 10 competitors who are very strong. So it was a challenge to me anyway.
Okay, well, congratulations. It was a fantastic race. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello there.
How you doing?
This looks a very nice outfit.
Different.
Very different.
Yeah.
Any particular reason you're wearing this today?
Yeah, I'm running for a special little girl called Summer, who has cerebral palsy.
Okay.
And we're hoping to raise some money from some special treatment.
Right, and why did you decide to wear this outfit?
Well, I was going to run with Paula Radcliffe, but she went off a bit fast, so I decided to put this on and run behind all the rest of them.
So did you have any reservations? No?
Not really. I'm called Big Chief Running Slow now.
Oh, fantastic.
Having a great time though.
Well done.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Excellent.
Right, well, let's check up with the progress of some of our celebrities. Steve Ryder is going, well, in the opposite direction. He's past mile 14, heading in the other way. Leading our celebrities as we see them at the moment. Gordon Ramsay approaching 22 miles. Misha Rue cooking up a storm. Apologise for that. Approaching 24 miles. I think one or two of the others are a little bit overdone, to be perfectly honest. Steve Ryder been struggling with an injury, to be fair. Martin Lell, the winner of the men's race. We just heard from him a little bit earlier on. Not the quickest London Marathon for the 25th anniversary, but an enthralling race nonetheless. A big personal best for Martin Lell. Really produced the sort of race which we knew he was perhaps capable of, having previously won the New York Marathon. But the headlines tomorrow will be all about Paula Radcliffe. 2 hours, 17 minutes, 42 seconds, but really the time of less importance. It's a new world best for a women's only race. But in my view, Paula Radcliffe very much back to her domineering best. And I think that race will have given her an awful amount of satisfaction and will have pleased all of her fans as well. So Paula Radcliffe back in London and back to winning ways.
I think Paula would like to say a word or two to you. So here's our new champion.
Thank you. I think on behalf of all the runners, I just want to say a very, very big thank you to all the crowd all along the route. Once again, you've proved that no one does it better than London, and I hope the IOC's taking note. Thank you.
Well said.
Hello, fantastic to see you two, Hannah and Ricky. EastEnders.
It really hurts.
It hurts. Much more than you thought it would.
Well, yeah.
I was overtaken by an emu, and I said, you know, he said, I'm not an emu, he said, I'm an ostrich. So, yeah.
That's it. You're not going to retire though because you've been overtaken by that, surely?
No, I shall be trying to chase his heels.
So my excuse is I had half an hour wait for the loop, so I'm going to take that off my time at the end.
Fair enough, fair enough. You just go out, you're going to get some big cheers around here.
So, raising money for a good cause, it's such a great time. We've had a laugh.
We'll look out for you at that finish line. Well done, guys.
Thank you. Good luck, Tommies.
Well, down at the mile, look at that, there's somebody there just trying to get some treatment for a last bit of cramp with just 100 metres to go. And help always available, particularly in these latter stages. And that really is what the marathon is about, isn't it? It's the camaraderie that the athletes, and to be fair, these are all good club standard athletes running for personal bests. The hordes yet to really start to approach the finish. Crowds phenomenal out there, really are, I think, the biggest crowds we've ever seen. It is a wonderful day here in London. The weather has helped, undoubtedly, but as Paula Radcliffe was saying, if the IOC are watching, I know Lord Co, old Sebastian, was hoping to be here today. He's over in Berlin, I think, with Ken Livingstone, smoothing the path, we hope, towards London being awarded the Olympic Games. That decision, of course, happens in July.
Well, running today, Dominic Hart, number 32772, who's 40 next month. His father, Alan Hart, will be a very proud man today on his 70th birthday, because he was the head of BBC Sport who actually commissioned Chris Brasher to put the marathon on television, and I think that was a significant point in the marathon's development.
Well, we are coming to the end of our coverage here on One, but we'll be continuing our coverage of the London Marathon over on BBC Two in just a moment. But here on One, in about an hour's time, it is Manchester United versus Newcastle, live from Cardiff.
No, I didn't see you on the telly. I'm afraid I'm more of a rugby fan myself. So you'll definitely be here for the semi-final and the final, of course. Yes, Mr. Souness. The bouncy castle will be available.
A little hope can go a long way. Newcastle and Man United battle it out in the FA Cup semi-final. Live today at 1:50 on BBC One and Radio 5 Live. Great drama from the BBC.
Well, that is in an hour's time here on One, so between now and then, why not join us over on BBC Two as we continue to follow the stories of the fun runners who have become such a big part of this Flora London Marathon. You know, since it started in 1981, over £200 million has been raised for charity, and they're expecting to raise another 35 million today. So amazing sights, amazing stories from amazing people. I wonder what memories we will treasure from the London Marathon in 2005. As we've seen in the past, anything can happen in this race.
I'm a bit bushed at the moment.
Don't need to censor that.
Who are you calling today?
Well, it's for the trunk calls that come in every so often.
Are you looking forward to it?
Alors là, je ne comprends rien.
You've got the energy to carry us right over the line.
You want to see me for sawdust?
Unexpected entrant, a long way ahead of the field.
It's been a long time, a very long day.
No, I didn't see you on the telly. I'm afraid I'm more of a rugby fan myself. So you'll definitely be here for the semi-final and the final, of course. Yes, Mr. Souness. The bouncy castle will be available.
A little hope can go a long way. Newcastle and Man United battle it out in the FA Cup semi-final. Live today at 1:50 on BBC One and Radio 5 Live. Great drama from the BBC.
The police will be there as
I
soon
need
as
to know in
possible.
which way he attacked
With
you.
their air weapons. Stay on the line.
Is crime falling? Or is it out of control? Panorama investigates.